Casma Bay doing what she nano siabo. And Ebna September, that also do me and sa. Yes, I mean, Mamuna, Chimamaka, and Subay, Jimmy Dear, Sianopa, Jimmy Dear, Ghana, Montier, Jimmy Dear, Shen, ye didn't come fire, I'm on your Sam home. Ye Jane, some feed a boncrata, or your command so now the interviews are hold on the NTS, yet me Jinchimu, Yatnasi and Ebene, and pay. I did bring with his sabre coping base and non do. Your friend me KWASI ABOAGYE. Mina mi di jumedi on chami enti. If he sabre coping base non do dear, me no wa. Anyway, for the so. Me shasi a minimum be call yen somewhere go internet and so near kako he go honum saying if you are beji del bon kratano and nebne animun sem say city na ya didi mu ana no siane ya di no sia kase e bono so e dia brew enti sima be dun so di ko dun wo twe we ni mu die saying e be call Ano pay me wa reshing me say ekoye. Empo enkoye na ti bia wo mu bia wo se papa oboni mo yen fast dan fa ma urade. Enti ano pay ono an ye dan no ye se papa. Ano pay ni audi a che bia ye dase. I mean, fast like I say from my peacefmonline.com, the other major online portals, no 97 or send city or internet, and so many monche.
Ghana, Montie. Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM.
OSP reviews a directive to customs to halt auction sales. OSP reviews a directive to customs to halt auction sales. The Office of the Special Prosecutor says the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority (GRA) may commence auction sales of vehicles and other goods from Monday, September 12, 2022. So, no cromashas here. Open auction cars nibia. Nancy, Special Prosecutor, Alberto Ja. The office, Alberto Ja said, a Customs Division, more monton cars, me auction cars. Any Mabia, CC idea. I be the way you put my crem. Yakegum, and Yamania Tower, don't come you. Mahama must be called to order over unjustified attack on Judiciary, says Dami, the Attorney General. The Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Godfrey Dami, has said that the former President John Dramani Mahama's recent comment about the Judiciary as an unjustified attack. Attorney General no amani Omanpenyida da John Mahama was it now saying same be our kafa Judiciary no there be entwa ye kra was it opening tena fie nkasasa no Omanpenyida da be kasa say na wo kasa fa Judiciary ho Oh, I see there be. The Godfrey, you what damn no. By all means, the National Cathedral will build. Hallelujah. President Akufo-Addo, no. President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo has reiterated his commitment to the building of the National Cathedral. Speaking during a Thanksgiving service at the Pentecost International Worship Center, PIWC, Graceland, Tashi, Nungwa, in Accra on Sunday, September 11, 2022, President Akufo-Addo said the National Cathedral project was something dear to his government, and stressing that it will be built by all means to the glory and honor of God. Hallelujah. I'm penny so cathedral no dear yebesi pa as for mine yebesi mumpeu sika wo ho sika ni ho ensuo mo ewie mo adesan mo adechin mo cathedral ni yebesi. Dami has all my support to prosecutor Aisha Huang. Nanado. President Nanado Danko Akufo-Addo says that the Attorney General and Minister for Justice has his full support to prosecute Aisha Huang, the notorious Chinese national accused of engaging in illegal mining in Ghana with impunity. Oman Penny say, oh, Godfrey Dami, yes, Godfrey Yebo Dami. Attorney General. What did I want in Tana papa. Bibi obeye bia betimi ama ye de Aisha Huang afa mra kwanso na mra ni na di no omanpanyin say we support 100%, in fact more than 100%. Omanpanyin no wakasa. Recent attacks against Judiciary unacceptable. Akufo-Addo Omanpanyin kasa MONTIE. President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo says the recent attacks by some political element against the Judiciary is unacceptable. Nana Akufo-Addo says such conduct affect confidence in the country's justice system. I say politicians no teacher and saying this is my John Mahama in some more kafa Judiciary esa na say o manfo gidie o mabemu abu ewo efa no Judiciary ene kwan afa so ye deliver justice wo ye o man senti mo kasa ya na mo hweye. Menzgold customers petition Akufo-Addo over locked up cash 4 years on. Menzgold customers have said their welfare and health are continuing to deteriorate each day that passes without their locked up cash. Now, the victims of a decision by Security and Exchange Commission to halt the activities of Menzgold for operating without license on September 12, 2022. The customers have said have since then protested and petitioned the various government institutions to intervene. One more that's where go petition and to make us say the Menzgold aggrieved customers, someone who actually is and some musika I could share Menzgold jumenum. Woman sanka musika in Fibe 9 year no more de crata de aquacoma man penny so man penny and you musufre or man penny mra wamwa na wamo bre. I deported 5,000 illegal Chinese miners. It didn't destroy our relation with China. Mahama. Ma peyida da Mahama suneni abreo. Wasi ono bra no wa ban mu no Chinese fu a wo ye illegal mining Galamsey 5,000. Wo mo nyina sanko mu krom. Odi am ko China. There na China for ye ni omo anyon ko fani nkita die no bibia anyanye. Enti die enti na ya na mu hwuro se bia mbema Aisha Huang ne China for no omo be ko ne kankan na gas so abem sa time ni na Aisha Huang ta na wa abem ni na no wo hawo. But also deport to 5,000 Chinese. Yes, Omanpanyin da John Mahama. And I do buy where deport Chinese for him. Maybe some Mahama. That's what it is. In some way, Diaco various news online portals. I'm seeing here to be seeing a brain. Being faster than from PeaceFMOnline.com. Other major online portals here to see a brass with their one crata today, Tuesday. The front pages of the newspapers. Having a mouth for transfer coming on a pay.
Yes, Bakuya way muno, Yamasa Bakuya Munya day. Yantiasia. This Kasama ba Ayabasa say, Ian Quagan and Ianisa. Chidi Akos, we are self-fanning Nansu Sono. Yeah, dear, and him say, a boy, near, which me affirm, Emma. I didn't hear, was a corner year corner, and yet Unipaco. You know, coupon and look the Orazum line, the buyer, the Bassan Barber Boy, no bushing for me. Madame, woman in a opinion so soon, it's major and the crime. Yakupon and Cossin Shroud, and no bushing for any of them. And I start Apostle Pokunina. Juma oya mama there, me enye na mechi aka ho asa. Cathedral no there kwen bia so ebesi. Kwen bia so ebesi. Esi ya ansa na jemi woka ho. Mechi aka. Me dem ase Onyankopon ehiramu nyina. Bako. Na maso bako.
Mampanyina na do danko ekufuado na oti se wokasa horum se no.
Ensem ekọ twikọ bata esum se dontwe no dumaja. Esum Ghana muntie dwumadie so. Eye neat.
Abra remu de one krata na nebren say na 70.
Yo. Abusia for Ghanaian Times the krata na me de mamu ate. Eno aso na me de mamu akwa aba. Aisha Huang Attorney General atrese esum tumawi akọ. Kwa dubia safatase ye de bono no. Ye de bebo no. Elembela ban krati pani kwesi bonzo. Eno akasafa excavators ya eyira ye no. Wasi secret bi wom. Enti warivi ni nyina. Bampeni na nado danko akufuado no wakata Ghana fo se esum tumawia akọ National Cathedral ndi yebesi na yebesi esi ndi oni wode wano nya se bia edan no aye ne dia se bia ne personal property aye Ghana fo no wo si National Cathedral amayen enti se ye po se ye mpo aye urade asori dan enti wo besi amayen 8.8 million Ghanaians. Any yasuwa mutiti baby. Akwas wo nipa nsare baby a wo mutino de e wo nya kura enipa 8.8 million and wo mutiti mia bia atete saa na telegraphic yanim ha watrasa wo mabie bagredam no na kuafo obre ekuafo a wo mudua nobae ewa saa mia wodo no abagredam ewo no kose wo mu nobae a wo mudua ya nyina ensuo no atene nyina de kɔ ahono ni nyina de kɔ enti ekuafo dodo no a ensagu wonim ti mampani trese steel bridge a wo ye aya bridge anade enko a ene ye de asesem baako wote aya krado ema asan nam so a edi akɔneaba Mampeni na nado danko akufuado His Excellency and what trasa nansen asumesi osori ape no charge fuada pa no charge fuada pa na sa charge fuana muta wonu muada pa no mampeni trasa ya pa sabi wenya siama wasia unsenya monokro no enti wo ka trasa ankofo ne se omunyai sa tax ya omudi gu ajaje fo so no na ye gu omu hufia enya de a ebeboa ye na daily guide de anim hanom nso attorney general and one of the awobodin wakatra former president His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said and someone wakaye edifa temu adwuma ho say womani onyam da fom a yesi womu ada pache no watase wanka ne yie kura asa wo insarete Ghana fo edi eti judge fo no anya de papa nti womu nkasa ntre former president John Dramani Mahama na nsem bi a etesa no ema no nka bio ewurei ya frano munire tomorrow ente bi ampo ena ne kunu aware no na ne kunu no wo yire baako ena we no otosumienu na munire tomorrow no na ho afa papa wo mu ya wedding wieye 10 days ya pe wo mu akoku awura ne ya aposifo guso a wo ya asam no mu nsisemu bampani na na dodan kwa kofuado en wo ka tira attorney general say Aisha Huang ne jumedie nyina sase eba na wieye na Aisha ya ye hu ni nei enya de ye be hu no bio special prosecutor ye say what was say ato customs for so omu ntumi mbodon komi their friend say KWASI omu bo no wax no emu waka say omu mfa hu akuntebu nyina mra metre no nanso special prosecutor was say to U10 waba wasisa wasana wade to so no wayi enti customs fo betumi akoso na omu abo omu asan don komi na the chronic the bokrata no anim ha attorney general and what they said and someone former president kaye edifa ajaje fo ho no wanka ne yie enti mpanimfo nse na womu ne nkasa na ebetumi kurampa wa mepata we FB and bank yajumayefo womu tase womu awie sika eye 2 million Ghana cedis e de free nkofo account mu abusia ye beko peace 104.3 FM so abansem bebre ewa ha
Abo no sia peace 104.3 FM Sonia de Shemaima yama munyina che ensama hodo ayaboa no maimu ne amawro so ena anope yesi enkonwa ede ebremo kasieboi etwa ne ho ede afa hello 101.5 ewadum kumase yebepiemo ewo enkraya eye okay 101.7 Neat 100.9 Yawo Abeka Junction and crime Ghana ha any amano radio stations ahodo pi na wo nyina aka bom afaka sibwe ato apeti wiase nyina amobibia enye bi etie ena no pay samo yede eba ne edi mu akote bi ni semampanyina na adodanko akufo ado de atudwa se otai aban lawyer panyi echidenden obi bia obe Galamsey ya ne sabe so no mu onfa ne nyina emra enim National Service Scheme ede kokobo amagana manyina titru ene wo mo mfiempiemienu ene aduonum eto mu a akosi mfiempiemienu ene aduonum yensa ye beposu wo mo akomia yahodo ama wo makosom omayi obi a enya hweyi na University of Energy and Natural Resources one more any 360 Ghana adika so bom ehwe ayencheche sonko apekwan ebefa so a enyine mahoden yebenya bi efrimi ya hodo a enye ensuo pe emu yakwamno ne ensemo susu a enipa pem na ene wo mo tra edefa enyine si ba hema na muhu ewo St Giles Cathedral ye wo Edinburgh Scotland my emu wene senkaya hodo ena no pe yabobo ni nyina no esinkonwa edebrew asadaka se enkoma this way chocolate drink anope de wo hia eye ensohie Ghana koko papa ena yede I this way chocolate drink here unye binomu a eboa amenipedua ne sisi ne ho so kama ema bibia ekoyi edemawo midin edemame biama kwafo ensemni Mampanyina na adodanko akufo ado dia tu abai lawyer panyine ena feel so afo hwatentene so honorable anase Yura Godfred yebo adame enim se otai na chi se pampe obi bia obena dwen so obe Galamsey na bre wo so ne pa chi se kua onfa ne nyina emrenim o de sanse me kotu dwa enra ebra Ghana Bar Association wo mo ba conference afi eho ena mampanyi ko bia no o de sanse me ekotu dwa na o chese efi bra ye share for republic ase fie be said you know enkono kwaduasa entamunie no Ghana yetimia ye nhwehwe ye nyina ma eba yesikasem ne adwadie mu mpuntu a yakuya nimpa chese yemfie nhia aduosia enum no yetimi agina ye nan so pa eye na o chese for republic no amu so ene ye de nhwehwe pa egu akwamu a ye de abo ye nsase yensuo yatena ye eho eban ya enisi e makwan ema nipa bi ede wo mo ho beforefore yatena yemu ebese yensuo ena afenso no enkoba se ewiemu sakrae bone ebete esi yenso o kiremu a ejawo dopi egu akwamu aban no ediaba wode eboa se eniema nketenkete bi eboa ma nipa setena mu ene mremremre no ode bebama omanfo ensa kan bibi ti se nwumasua efri eye ashase kindergarten to mu akosi senior high school afenso apumude papa ya omanfo ensa beka ebeboa mo mapomude ho sem SPSC tane nyina ehyehyɛ ya aban ne de egu akwamu wode eboa omanfo no ne senti na wode eto Ghana Bar Association ko manyina nim se anamonto bia aban lawyer panyine so afọ ya tenten ne so ebetu na wode atwe Aisha Huang ene ne dom ya wo makotu Galamsey am ya che wo mo aso no wotanachi
and created an environment in which government and regulatory policies attempt to enhance rather than inhibit or frustrate trade, commerce, and investments. May I, other colleagues, assure you of my full support of the Attorney General in his determination to prosecute Aisha Huang and her collaborators, who apparently insist on flouting our laws against Galamsey and illegal mining. I expect, if they are found guilty, that the courts will apply the full rigor of the new amended Act 995, which has increased substantially the punishment for breaches of the law. Despite all the gains we have made in the Fourth Republic, we must acknowledge that we have not reached the potential we should have. The most persistent challenge we face continues to be eradicating poverty.
Ene a woti ye eye Ghana Mampanyi His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Empanyimfo bia woda National Service Scheme ano de kokobo amma Ghana manyina titru ene womo a afe 2022 bewuramu akosi 2023 womo yebe posu womo akomia yahodo amo makoye womo National Service no anim se womo nyahwe yi na womo mo mani ena ho esanse nipa bonofo adoso womo eka womo nkona chese Ghana de yabonyenya ya chese yeni hunu yanim ene ye hunu yachi na yaka nsinse mumu wose National Service postings no ya anumfo ya kromfo yi ya da bia bibi ba wom do ho ma betwitwi no manya kakra atafre wom aba belande wom wo hopa enti obi a sebe wo twense ye be posti na wo ho no mo abosu anya message sai fele sa form we betua tekosempo ne kapre na ye be postu ed wakoba bia ope no wose bo break wo ho a isan se National Service Scheme postings no ehun hyehyeye emaye wo mu guso a wo mototo niema na eye ready anase bibia atoto yi a wo mbehye da de krata aba bonten eyi munyina mo asutire se ne be ya obi a ebekọ biaye bia wo mbekere no akohwe beebi e de na akwakoto no watimi akosum o my Ghana Owura Armstrong ono ena isa ono na Director of Corporate Affairs ewo National Service Scheme ono ena ene nsentre ni Pius Bedu Banson edi nkomai
scam bibia ni hosa National Service enyesa yeni agent National Service yeni WhatsApp groups yeni Telegram groups bia yete akwenya bi ato hose obi ntie sika no hwe ba bia okoye ne service no kwa posts no kwa no ye emra ye kasa sisia ewo ye system mo. So how can we offer that opportunity to somebody to pay a certain amount of money say on hwe ba bia ye de nato nti bibia ni hosa. So want to caution your prospective National Service personnel the more BBA and for this scam. Alerted the security agencies. Sir, omonhwehwe saa nsemaye no bibia emrana bache no bibia ye behuni so ye perpetrator or ye corporate war saa scam e cost so emra ninebeti
na Yeram Strong esa eto ane Samson ode eto service personnel ni nyina nim se obia entwen nyame ya adom abre se fatam secretariat no e de krata ankasa ebeba bonten na obia hunu ba bia ye de na akoto.
So you postings in your system then management of the National Service Scheme, headed by Honorable Assess Benchi, the date publish release statement to inform all the National Service personnel and say officially your portal and obibia the NSS number, National Service number, go onto your website nss.gov.ga to check where he or she has been placed. Into the official statement, they should just be patient until say official communication. Say we have released the postings for 2022-2023 service year.
Any ye Director of Corporate Affairs National Service Scheme Armstrong Esa Oneyenia Pius Bedu Banson anything Komei University of Energy and Natural Resources one more any 360 Ghana one more Yajumekwa and Shabayasia one more Alpha Adisuafua one more says you are Pomubi and Cheche Jumedi Sonko Edia Momo yes Adisuafu one more Asia renewable energy it one more a campaign one more Ashanimu say Enkodru mfimpi mienu ene aduasemo no nanka enyinam ahoden a yenya efri emframa ene owiemu no agawama bupebe se edudie anka yensa ka ewo mayi emu no chese aban ene kuhu pa esesa ohama bupen edu ye enyinam ahoden a yenya efri emframa ne owiemu no yensa betimi aka ne ede dwuma wo mayi mu sane ebe ya o hye bebre ya eda kan tete kwan ya ye faso enyinam ahoden ewo nsuo mu no eso ebetime atie na Dean of Energy University of Energy and Natural Resources Professor Samuel Jemfi and what is ansem eto yense training na nasem pasa enim and wo chechire mo ese aban guso dendende de nhegu akwanu se ne beya kan tete anatempo ane nam so enya nyina mahode ewo nsuo mu no ye betwe ho kakra na etimi aboye na yenya enyina mahode a efi emframa ena afi nsuo mu na osesa anhyehyeye kura na nyaade ebet edisusuanso bone ebebre yemfiri nyuma hodo a ye into fa so de to aban yanim se aban momode a no wonhwe ba bia ebeboa yentitiru so oman no fa yemfa ho.
Your transition, it shouldn't affect our industrialization agenda. Systems in a war, no, I see a shed, you bet me a boy and as all mine, and him and a dorsal. You bet me a generating cania every solemn, you bet me a generative every winding, you bet me a generative every tidal ocean. I see a shed about wine, your mine, your own him dear. I bet me a boy now support the industrialization agenda and yet me achieve. We have see programs I win in the Biameca, say a Yamakumako, 60, Dunciano, the Bessie and the poverty. And the hunger, energy, climate. In our Kavuma, Duncia. The Dunciano, bet me, I saw what's our problems. I just say formal partnerships. Because energy is one key issue in a country. Now, say we want to be solve problem abroad. We need to conform to or solve our problem. Your mandate is see training students. Said the Bay, I bet me a boanoma soap. Now, renewable 10%. You bet me achieve.
Any ye Professor Samuel Jemfi or no Dean of Energy University of Energy and Natural Resources National Coordinator that 360 Ghana and no Portia Edu Mensa or no so the two judge muse who kwaku here ese one more ene suapon edi kasubom sene beya ye tete atempo ne nam so nya nyina mohode wo nsuo mu no ye betimi asesam kakresa nse ne ye nsuo ena eho ekwa atwi Galamsey ase ne nyina edisi bibi fufra ye be sia na mu a da achi bia eni achi kwa no ye ho ebekire nti wo fa so de to abayanim ese ehu behia se ebebo dawuro no dodo pa ama ewura Ghana fo asum na nkakran yetimi atwe ye ho ede afri ensuo mu a yenya enyinama hode afri na mum ye de ani asi owia ena fe emframa ne neman kaya ye betimi enya enyinama hode afri mu eso ofa so de to aban no anim so se eboa wodo a eda emfidi a ye de atwe enyinama hode firi owia mu ene mframa mu a wo kra firi amano ne eba no aban hwe na eto eda so no onyiyi bi emfiri so
Yeah, well, I say educate public, schools, communities, grassroots. Climate change, what it is and its impact and how it is important. Say, obia betumi enya ewemu sakrae no enya entiase ewo nea ekoso. Now government wants to achieve 10% renewable energy by 2030, and as advocates, we are not implementers. We can still educate. Intineaba yuneha. Yeah, baha say ye ni omo ba beka about renewable energy since omo no mo ye student omo sua ho nimdie no.
Any OTA national coordinator that 360 Ghana and no Portia Edu Mensa Nana Sempasa and Ebuan Semiano Ebaye. Communications director ya Oda Progressive People's Party and Nora Felix Mante and what they to just Omama Yukundi, Omaka so many electoral commission ya Jane so the Ghana card na eba BC guarantor system no anemwa enye ye. Wocheche no chese Ghana for do one and a Ghana card womu ensanka womu de. It is a easy etoko so say guarantor system no ye free hono the Ghana card aba besha na emu a ebe ha womu nsa enyanka womu Ghana card no it womu fa kwan so no de adesede to easy no anim ese omomode ase one NIA no ebedi kasubom no motimi ahwe na Ghana ni bia etimi enya ne Ghana card mpo se Ghana for be homabu pe aduowotwe kra enya womu Ghana card ya anko betimi ede abese guarantor system no anem no ye free hono kra enya nru sa bre ne de womu entwentwe so ansa
a pre-election processes, at election process, and a post-election processing. A better sort to say, Nipebia constitutional when you're 18 years. As I said, Utumi a Twaba, a bit deny emanating to Twaba. Now election, can you say? I don't see easy the earlier position. You will be as players a war, democracy in Muno. You initially stood against it. Now, did you say Nipebi woman one sa and can Ghana card? That's all big now, Case, and no now they be say registration, say limited registration, say no now the Twaba. Now it seems one Casa, what position will say will be disenfranchising Nipebi. And now, even say here the position they are telling us, the person name money 18 years almost on guarantor system everyone. We guarantor system everyone, you only gonna card no yet.
OTA Communications Director of the Progressive People's Party and Felix Mante. Na enwachi na yebusan ebopni General Secretary ya oda PNC amayukwano Janet Nabla and omuso de omuso taisi no echi se guarantor system no onyimfiri ho.
Be voting because now IPAC meeting and I this issue by issue Cathedral say to see a continued voters registration use Ghana card allow guarantor system and at the end card because Ghana card no a more credible a more reliable a more transparent casa we call for you Ghana card no questions are interrogations commissioner of oath guarantor system no and so thorough say our PNC and I acquire guarantor system no because NIA for documentation na e work no we no guarantor no say we control on between in Nadia too but with this guarantor system no the call passport you are going to succeed.
Ene OTA General Secretary of the PNC amayukonwano Janet Nabla woni yenua Abdullahi Dasmani ena edin komwe ye ka wo se uti kasebo Peace 104.3 FM so ye da ye ho agenkrato ye ba ye beko enyirisi abochimemo
Peace FM
Manfo, the Amoka Chef Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo home. Brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiweb, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dear. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumemle.
CCTV a Boama monitor of properties, any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV and Nidaho, a wood detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Ultimate connector my phone. Now monitor baby a wo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner a Joshua Hodwa or ton phones and a home accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 and now 02079373323 and now so Brako Komemle City Light in Chehwa. Na ya can discounts any achadia ubetiasi.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones and its accessories. Amen. Yenim samu busase nije asene saying.
Asiane se, what the army Nigerian seniani, our herbal ayaresemu bio, nankunimdie, adasidie, na asia, any abasubodi nkwa. So once we share upon Dimo Huta, what the Abra Manfo, a free and Triso, Ecosia Nasia, and Hina Yadia, I mean, and Sawya dear. What didn't run a barefoot and video, a chia dear Lukun, what time?
I mean, at the herbal, Modern was signed the naturopathy and homeopathy pine, a queen Yarawa.
Say, Suku Fofra, my neighbor, share a quania, Yadi Herba, say a dear, our army.
When you auntie, and I dear Nigia fell from say, Sarepa war, Yarebi Shao, and I Arabia Beja Punya Nipediamua, Allah Shafi, Onyamene Yarisafo, Inshallah, Enyamia Duma, Ayarasabeba,
Army or Domi, Robert Old Snake Flat,
Ultra Modern Branch Waklagon, Tama Road, Frey, 020-722-9505, and a 0245-275254. Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital.
So I come out show and I bought peri the Bronican hardware one. At the end of the say, that's how we am so Timswe.
Woba packing a farmer, Martin's liver salt, Tetraquay, and Tem, as she and Shagu glass more at a Martin's liver salt, no back one, no, dear goom.
Uba who say, who a glass in the moon. Now one no. Martin's liver salt, you want orange flavor, and a bacosia plain.
One more, Hobato, Nemum Edina, no, now home to war, who doctor.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
I was here for a maquaba, ye call Amanone and some emo. Na yanya ni to ya, and you see by him, I wadan the Benkum eso, or to me say, wato money abeseno, and tea, one more eguso den dear. One more try effort ne muhona and a dreamy pam pim I just say. One mato santen and a jumuni as by him the funaka ne our more at the St. Giles Cathedral, war Edinburgh, Scotland, no, one more bet try a day afa home. Inti enie wo said the Ghana ha ye try for a moon hono sa bi pepepe and woman so try afa a moon ya ne makomako and 9 nyina woman so edimu ebiem na wo ba hema wo kire se ne funa kana be kosoa esi cathedral hono mo akosi enanwumre no num ebremu ansana womo apija eman wode neni achre London na womo kire se womo edebeko Buckingham Palace na fe womo de akọ Westminster Hall ho ena womo de ba hema betumpem enefo amakomako enan na no so womo atran ede afano ho na enebna anopai King Charles awotoso miensa one ne hokani Camilla Queen Consort womo so bebu marketem de womani a Northern Ireland ho so womo kwa pro ewo ho UK tour no ho ka ho nti ne wom de womani ebekire ho no mo na King ene Stormont womo party mu mpanyimfo ebehia na ho so no ya konsem a womo wo no speaker no ede ama afei nyame ya domu akwasi ada ya ade bechi ame akope no krabe no kwasi ada na nwumre be no nwotwe omamuni nyina UK United Kingdom mamuni nyina wombe kom sima ansana ade eche dwada womo aye ohima aye ewo Westminster Abbey etiwe eye hyehyeye a yenu mpanyimfo planning committee womo ede ababetudwa na ese emre kwanimu no na hyehyeye bia de bia ewo ho no womo de babetudwa yensoso yensimo so yenkame so yebemo modia na yama mo aso ate na enne bambo mu afutuo ya yede ema yeho kasebo yechi no se wanka sa obefa wo hyebre na wo bambo wo di ahya wo nsam no adi ka bo ho ban ansana bibini a bambofo abam se wo ani ka mfa hyehye bi enwu akwamu amon ho ban a asam to wa bambofo beba no na de beto no na kyese ato dada de beyew no na ayew se koba se bi a BBC ana wo ho na bibini wo hia moa na bi a se ye adwumakuo se ye kuo bi anan krankrempo wo hia moa bi na obehwe na obi fiti prako tam sika bete no abeyi di ama won sheda ajasade no kura afumu eyo nwanwa saa ne ma no mama ye ni nko na mama ye ni na ho ewo ho behwe na adwumakuo bi atam sika puduo ne de aba ebi a yeso ye de ba beboa yeso ye de ba beyese saa ne ma no ajeji a efu bebre no wa hwe ya e de wakwa asemu iti no so yema yeni enda ho ewo ho saa bambo mu afutu Peace FM kasebo ne national security na kabum ya yede esomo anope kasebo no esi ensem etodwa ne di mu akoten ebede sema panyin na nadanko akufuado de afa ye Ghana Bar Association womo Asia mu kase mfimpi mienu ne aduonu mienu womo de hyeso no eso de ato Ghana man nyina nim ese otayaban lawyer panyin so afọ hwatenten ne so echipampe wobi obetu Galamsey ya wobeso no mu say Aisha Huang say ye China ni so ye Burkina ni Malifo hwan obi biara ne nsabeso no mu no omma emra eni nipa no eni saa so ena national service scheme womu di afutuo ne kokobo aba eso bia titu ne womu 2022-2023 ye ba abe postu mu akobe hodo mu akosom omen no obi ba no akasa be register wa ha betua teku sempo ne kapre ne be postu de wakobe bia wo pe ama akoma to yem ne saa nkrofo no akromfo fa akromfo nko a enti meni akire wudi akire wanka sankasa we can say ajidi open moja dodo edi nsuo ene frem emano wose bre sefatemu no scheme no wanka sa de krata be babonten no wahunu ba bi pote a ya posu de wako no wako akoto aso asom omeyi medi ede mami biama kwafo madam nyina se amammo enitie na
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawro kofia man homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM
Utie oha echi ponkno Needs FM.
I bet you thought you've seen it all. You must have thought you've watched it all. Gomorrah is a new exciting series about the conflict that rises between the wealthy and the poor. Watch Gomorrah exclusively on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150, Go TV channel 101, and Aquaba Magic Ebusian DSTV channel 149 and Go TV channel 108. With as little as 50 Ghana cedis on DSTV access and 25 Ghana cedis on Go TV value. Gomorrah.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Now beka. Ya jon to ma miensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. We den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade wapi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Kracha be pe baba ware yi. Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti anu a he se kire wom kwakwo wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so hye
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so hye
FDA ahwehwe se adwede nkrato mu agye atum se eye
cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you glow. Anytime. Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Utie oha echi ponkno Needs FM.
Kwekwe kuno ya owia no ho boko ebie puno no saa no. Ya odi kwatutu Neat FM.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Odi sampabo. Kasiabo. Ko wakate munsa. Amaya se. Kwesi abwaye. Onye yimu. No cretrodo. Kamadile men kamadile bo. Nitafe. Mumayentie. Kwesi abwaye 100.9. Kwesi bonkwe.
What we are saying. I don't remember what's awesome. It is true. All my universities were hanging on. University beyond what I say. Any panua waba sa university no obewie no na academically no na oye good and character wise no oye good. We call it integrity. Tertiary institution papa biara ne botaye no. Ne nipa wakosua ade wabra boy eye basa no. Eno ase no say. Ye the way bobra we ase. So the university tertiary institutions no enya asware per se o. But omo hunu say character and a building society. Character. Not necessarily. Eno ne ete ho Ghana ha no. Se mo hwe ya. Your education no aye ni nyina your examination and am headmaster be kasa wasere a. Am se bewura education ebu na mahunu say your education system no enya papa. E Ghana ha. Examination. Hi asaso ya fa ye ko bu obi. Teacher free. For examination. Until you master in chew pour and forget. Adia wo ya obe passing kwa. Te kakrebi professionals no kakrebi no omo courses omo eye no. Oma nani ebre no otumi eye adia eye practical pa ma ohunu. Ni free KNUST eye ne. Ye training engineers. Ayene. Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Indeed. Ya dian na KNUST aye wo ma we say mo yigina ho no mo de cancer. Hwe? COVID-19 ya ebae. Se yesi ye penuro. Enuro na ye pe e dia combat COVID-19 ni ade no. All the time governments no and the medical field, omni universities be and a kabum and a omu yesa in Runo. Ghana area way. Gutters impo say and negatus you open gutters a chum na gutter be a cataswana. KNUST omonte. Tigana Nico University no we are brofo casatente. Brofo wo we are seeing na yebeka. Why are they waka we executed near here? So this book I can't trust there's difference between knowledge and wisdom. Who call school na extra na your man certificate as a diploma and when your bachelor's when your master's na say for that is knowledge. Wisdom is applying what you've gotten. We are unable to apply anything. You bet kasa ni achibrofo guyetrim ni aka na sabe ye nkura asesam no bi ka brofo akwadi wo ya dio ekufu ade ba afofra no who is seen about president president will come brofo ene ene ate ho no sabrofo ni ebedie brofo obroni obi o United Kingdom and United States no ye wo no brofo an wo ka ebi no abodam wo de ka brofo we yasam bro na brofo dia ben na sabi ye nkura asesam bi na kabrofo dia ben saa ye didine saa ne hwi ni ho abibi ni tumi ye hwi ni we tumi ye ena nam se ntumi nya enemanti ya resort to azan eni nkontompo ni awi krono kwa eni yebo krono nya ena chief of bi nyansa krono enu nkwa ne yete ho onyansafo onimdifo ebewu na obeja achade papa e de amanema Asifo nyina be good people. Asifo nyina be enkrofo a womo eboa emasa ewiase eye papa. Instill those things into your children. Shadi abetumi de agya wo mama no, emu kese ani nyamesuro. Ase ba wiase de no a, wiase nyansa ya wadwuma bi a wo ye kristoni no kwafo a, wo de wani tu fom din ya wadwuma bi wo ho no a, wo mpesa wo bakora be ye. Enam sa honhom bia ntie mu nti je se eno ase ate free. Ya wadwuma bi wo ho a, e wasase so a, wo de wani tu fom din kristoni pa nsa se wo se wada agye wo sa adwuma no ho. Emwa, and it is true. Wadwuma ho robi nso so a serve humanity. Nti opese oba eye bie no anso obesom e wo saa asase so. Oboa e ma wiase eye wiase papa. Wo tete oba nso so a ti asese e sha se free nyamesuro. Eno the best thing. Wo sha danya daagi didi wie no afayi na ayi mathematics no say nete e de be fa hakura ahe. Wo kire oba de ofie. Na be na kire oba Bible. It's how carnal we are. It's how hypocritical we are. How many hours do you spend? How many minutes do you spend with your children? With the Bible? Say, a good man will leave an inheritance to his children's children. An inheritance or better inheritance or eno Nyankopon e de no yakwa animu aye be wi a obeka kire nsa afi treni wo ba no.
In fact, the likes of Abronya DC quote some 15 million ex-gratia that you were paid.
That's
president.
That's an absolute lie. He says in 2013, 14 million was paid into my ADB account. I have my 2013 bank statement. I'll let you look through and see if there's any 14 million payment. The only payment that was made to me by government, Accountant General, was my salary arrears of 230,000 cedis. That's all. In 2013, I'll show you that bank statement.
No ex-gratia or...
No ex-gratia. I was paid 230,000 as salary arrears in 2013. I'll show it to you first. And later, if you want, we can call a group of you journalists. Of course, I don't want to publish my bank statement, but I can put it before you and you look through all the payments and see if there's a 14 million CD payment. I didn't receive any such payment. And he also says that I receive privileges and perks since I left office in 2017 worth 15 million cedis. That is absolutely untrue. I receive only my monthly pension, like President Kufuor, President Rawlings was receiving until he died. That's all I get. I pay the electricity bill for my house and my office. I pay the water bill for my house and my office. I live in my own accommodation, so the state does not pay me anything for accommodation. They haven't given me an office. I rent an office in East Cantonments. I pay the rent myself. I pay my own fuel. The state doesn't give me fuel. I pay my own domestic staff. I pay my own medical bills. I pay my own air tickets when I travel. You know, I'm traveling tonight. I bought those tickets myself, for myself and my wife. And so all those things he said are rubbish. Yes, somebody gave him what we're entitled to. And probably they're doing it for President Kufuor, but they are not doing it for me.
So there was some arrangement as to what...
It was approved in Parliament. Normally when you leave, yes, they approve what should be done for you.
But you are not being...
It's not being done. It's not being done for me. Why? I don't get electricity, I don't get water, I don't get medical.
Why exactly?
and you're engaged in illegality, they don't say because of the good relations they have with Ghana, they're going to let you go scot-free. You face the full rigors of the law in China. And I don't doubt that there are some of our citizens in jail in China. You know, when I became president, I was faced with this same illegal gold mining. I deported almost 5,000 illegal Chinese miners. I didn't say because of the good relations we have with China, you know, we should allow them to continue to engage in this illicit activity. And we collaborated with the Chinese embassy. They got 747s and came and took their nationals away. It didn't destroy our relationship. No, it didn't destroy our relationship.
Has shown consistently that it is the last line of defense for our country. It was thus with great dismay and embarrassment that I heard a person who has occupied the highest office of state, former President John Mahama, recently launched an unwarranted attack on the integrity of Ghana's judiciary. And I observed that this was really the latest installment of systematic and caustic attacks on our court by the former president, albeit unjustified. And I'm compelled to comment on same in this address because they border on the security of the state and constitute a deliberate pattern of conduct aimed at undermining the independence of the judiciary, an arm of government whose autonomy is crucial to its proper functioning. Such conduct is clearly deplorable, coming from one who has occupied the highest office of president and aspires again to that office. I must, however, commend the former president for one thing: his contribution to a debate on the need for constitutional reform. His views on the need to amend Article 71 on the payment of emoluments to certain office holders are of interest to me. Never mind the fact that he has been enjoying those same facilities and privileges for over 20 years and continues to enjoy them.
Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedia Suni and Ebna September. Did that also do me and son? Indefatigable. Babna Mafu here. Incorrigible. Well, Kwabena come who Chrissy Abuagye pay. Or back in Kaida, one crat out of the right. Baby, be our would say and can be more quaba. It's you. You are rich, you say, yeah. And Yampire de Radia say Tibia will be I don't know say. GPRT for us almost and chair, almost and chair one but 2 a lorry first. Almost a mon ben out you know. Almost petrol born quan air crossroad. And Yama quan air crossroad, tia driver for which room. One but 2 a lorry first. Muntumu. Be able to tune it. Na kwakwa say achiaya enti shifting now call push we push now call enti obi atunu die na bia betunu die aban kra betunu die na sim registration no abloko kwase mudasu muguso
mi phone o block no mi sim so mi ye nyende mi ye djuma o ye office honam di we ni ba na mu register ma mi anim digital address bi bia no na djuma ye kwa enko mi ba some so ti sem sa register bio hwe lawe da hoy ta na mi san se jam edjuma mi san be di lawe mu bio ma ye bibia mi boss se mi din bibia ba so o ti sem so register new one now the adwene di agwa man wan sa den Maybe that's I didn't say yes, I did like Fort Bio. Fort Ben on the photo. I don't mention a man in Plecon. Martina say, me to me, I'm not my dear office. I'm not. And run a joke. And I'm here and contempt for me do for number so. And a pen I will be say, remember him to office. Me buy me the check and say, Sana, yeah, tis I'm to register you. Just a lie way. Lawe do you me dila we mu ade na me odwo bi ya me kwakwa menya bibia hwe me ba ye obi school na se me jana me dila we mu ye bom office o me jasa ade no mo ye no ye gwo mo me jasa ade no mo ye no ade
Okay, all right. Yes,
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
All this bo, Cassia bo, Kowaka Tamunsa, Amaya se, Cassia Boye,
Onye Nucretrodo, Kalakelemen Kamadinibo,
Nitafe,
Mayentie, Cassia Boye 100.9,
Kwesi Bonkwe.
Madam Asia Quadim, Yan Shasia, and some way Jacotini, the various news online portal. Stories no internet, and so, and only a Shasia, ya broso, at Yamamo. In Kinkain. Nakabran Chichim. OSP reviews directive to customs to halt auction sales. The office of the Special Prosecutor says the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, GRA, may commence auction sales of vehicles and other goods from Monday, September 12, 2022. OSP, I don't know.
Abusiafo adiawa fakwesika ye a special prosecutor owura kisia jabe na wode directive say ede ama na etiefo be kaya some time ago ode mamintwa sumpo na menka no te said ye wakaye no was Office of the Special Prosecutor and Wakatre a Custom Division, Ghana Revenue Authority said, Wakatre when some time ago, woman so a year cassia, womubono oxen, and Yama omubono oxen, Yano, woman so, were investigation. Na yan tuan casran so, what rasa sa, you know, I was sana or the two so, were ye free war. Enti for now dear omu betumi akoso ayi omu wakse ade bi omu peso omu ton bia no omu betumi akoso ana omu aton na tese wasanu a wade tu omu so no special prosecutor tese we ye free want to go ahead.
By all means, the National Cathedral will be built. President Akufo-Addo Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has reiterated his commitment to building of the National Cathedral. Speaking during a Thanksgiving service at the Pentecost International Worship Center, PIWC, Graceland, Teshinungwa in Accra on Sunday. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo said the National Cathedral project was something dear to his government, stressing that it will be built by all means to the glory and honor of God.
Na His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and what the asem day to Ghana for when him say National Cathedral no dear and then akuma so panty yebesi na to me there be a course so na ya Thanksgiving service our Pentecost International Worship Center a PIWC your friend Graceland Teshinungwa ya one cran say that kwesi ada September da netos we du baako ana mampeni di asem day kwatu dwa what say Papa so pa uma so nya nanum de National Cathedral na sumtuma wi akọ yebesi ade asawurade dia nionyam.
Dami has all my support to prosecute Aisha Huang, Nana Addo. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo says the Attorney General and Minister for Justice has his full support to prosecute Aisha Huang, the notorious Chinese national accused of engaging in illegal mining in Ghana with impunity.
Na Mampeni Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo His Excellency and Waka say Waka tre Attorney General and the Minister of Justice ya eye Godfred Yabu Adame say what in a chipampe Aisha Huang ya Ghana han me say wo pegadam say mu notorious wa eye sa Aisha Huang ya wo tigadam say mu twa papa enti Mampeni te say eti ayasa ati ni bio no and document nin krate bi edi adanse a ɛsɛsi agyina so de bɔ no kwadu no wanya no saa pɛpɛpɛ na wɔno wɔtae n'akyi.
Unwarranted attacks on judiciary, deplorable and embarrassing, Dami fires Mahama. Attorney General and Minister for Justice Godfred Yeboah Dami has raised concerns over what he described as unjustified attacks on Ghana's judiciary by former President John Dramani Mahama.
Na Attorney General and Minister of Justice Godfred Yeboah Dami and what has just recently former President His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said watu na no ediesi atemu adwuma ekuo so ya wota wonum wadapa no watra se enya kura se empenimfo bi se no wo kasa kire no. Yeah. Kasa kire no.
Menzgold customers petition Ekufuado over locked up cash 4 years on. Menzgold customers have said their welfare and health are continuing to deteriorate each day that passes without their locked up cash. They were victims of a decision by the Securities and Exchange Commission to halt the activities of Menzgold for operating without license on September 12, 2018. The customers have since then protested and petitioned various government institutions to intervene. 4 years on, the group of customers petitioned the presidency to intervene to save their lives.
Na atiawa Menzgold customers ya wamusika kokem. And I fed you the petition, Aquama Mampeni, and Nado say, in fear 9 years, a dear and warrior diama wonum. Menzgold customers and Womutasa Sabre dear, a sitting a wire diama one papa, a binimusika, somewhat to tia pansam, a binuma pomo de cradia, and ya, at the yadia no how, and a dear beto to one more braboso. Now, call for it to the moa some time ago. Ya Security and Exchange Commission for years say Menzgold wejuma womo ye no womu ni tumikrata September 12 to 2018 wo customers baby asase womu protest ko baby asase womu di petition ko womu petition na so bibia mfiri mu ma wadidi semfie 9 nie petition ya wade kwama mampeni die na dawruma bibi papa be fi Nazareth aba.
Yan can wait and find some way diakotene news online portals and fancy what I'm saying. I deported 5,000 illegal Chinese miners. It didn't destroy our relation with China. Mahama. Former President John Dramani Mahama says any Chinese who breaks the laws of Ghana must be made to face the full rigors. The same will happen to Ghanaians who break the law in China. He said he would not be surprised if there are some Ghanaians languishing in Chinese jails for breaking the laws of the Asian economic powerhouse. Speaking in an exclusive interview with TV3, Mr. Mahama said he had to deport about 5,000 illegal Chinese miners, and Boeing 747s were deployed by the Chinese government, then to specially airlift 8 nationals back home.
Now, His Excellency the former President, John Dramani Mahama and Wakase, Watrasa China for Womu Muraso. Enti so wamu tiatia Ghana mraso a esese ye mra no eni wamu ti no sade ese ne fata ete sade ukota na hono mu a Ghana adese a wamu nsubu mraso wo ho no me no ka sesese binum kura de fiase ya wamu ho eja won ebra woni TV3 afedo kanse kasa no en wateso wono na breso China fo anu wamu ya Galamsey wa ha wati mu 5,000 Emma womu abayan kasa wiemu say ya friend say Boeing 747 what they say this year 5,000 nyina gumu womu call back to China enti dia na tere say yentumi mbo wonu kwadu yama wo man no mra no ene womu ni ne said ye na efata.
So and same way dia continue the various news online portals I'm saying NADC asedani edema peacefmonline.com other major online portals see yeah they must see
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM
na ye call the bonkrata no enimu nsem no so kwabna any so before I record the bonkrata the say so far wa say because so far your ba owo nso ncheye ofi maternity leave ba ye ncheye na story bi wo hanum say no na kwabna nka say me no che me ni pa so na am say there bi anope me ne oni etiefo ye be che wo say na sa story won say amanfo bebre kan say a man teachi or what? One person of a man a banufu because I see me nufu no betiegu. Akorana no more a betiegu tea a tigun should another say I say socks a mufense.
You can hose.
Sauce ball.
Hose.
Sauce ball. The socks ball.
Socks ball.
So I say
socks ball put there chichiri ni you. Omo can hose. The footballers no.
Nice hose.
Me fan say footballer wash the socks acha won she bi o.
Flasking.
Aha na emu ayi ni nyina yi.
Tietro.
Aha. De bi anim.
Nti sa na yes I near can you say yes na tie. So making kind story what I'm saying. Or say breastfeeding does not cause sagging. Dr. Benny. Sagging of the breast is psychological and breastfeeding is not one of the known causes. Dr. Ama Benin, the head of the pediatric department, International Maritime Hospital, has said, now, quote, the sagging of the breast is psychological. So there are women who have never breastfed, yet they have their breast sagging. The most common cause is simply the passage of time. As you saying, so far we are back.
Said we can kind of, and I just say, doctor, any person or chile say, Yakase or Banufu ebegua, and as Obanufu gua. And you might benam so amane guno, and yet a mubako cram, pony say, a be a woman or Banufu, and I was say, a woman or Bananufo, and Zino, Unofu begu was our quanis when you mark no for. Aha, and she said, O mark no for, a quack be said, a yawadjane. O wajin is a ya was set o makwadane no fo a no fu begu.
Yeah.
Na so no e ya abrabo. Wo kwa animu no bedum pempenso bi a wo ye den no ana wo no fu na ye den e begu. Enti menfa nhye wutirim se bi a wo ba na wa wo no no fu na wo de bema no no. Ana no fusuo na wo bema no anum e de afiri no fu no ano no e na begu no fu no da bi eno de enti sa e sa na abrabo nyankopon aye no. Udum pempenso bi a no fu na begu. Na ne ema no fu ogu no. Enye emu ba kokra ne ze bia wo ma wo ba no fo eno de enye sa nete
me ka say bia om se kwabena mo twi nufu no mi ene ma egu
adabi
mema no twi nufu no nye anu so nka
eno na ma ne egu
over kwesi one we say sometimes ebi wo ho a ye call programs ni ade a na say ye hiesia enipa binom a
yeah
obi tumi ka say oh wa wo 6 bi wa wo 7 ebi 8 but wo behwe no ne bumu adu ne nufu mu adu pa over kwesi obi nso won woye
nso agu
won woye but ne de no eda fom tim enti medi de papa ne kan medi edi kire se ebem se over kwesi hu se wo hia kura mpo
ne so so be mami
ya wo hia kura mpo etumi mani pa bra bobo asasa won se ababa we
pa adentu pese o kire se ohia so mani pa ohia ma wonu ohia ma o kwabra no de kwabra o de baby ho de o kwa de but
kwesi me ba me say wo de tie me
uhu oba wo sika bia ne nufu ati egu da
kwesi me ba
mitio
dia wo ka no so ye possible na me tese ebinum nso wo ho a
ehia
ohia ne ahokire oba kwesi okotumi hu obi a wo ho se enei ubetifuo bi a ye ni wo mu wie school se wo se ko village wo pa na wo koto wo mu a na wo se wa wo mienu miensa obeka sabrewa
eno nye kurasi asetena
dabi over question wo tira ka ho
eno na doctor ni ne kan na abrabo
ayi abrabo ebi nso wo no mu
abrabo is it equated to ohia ni abrabo kan na ni bisa so
because yes over question you ohia okay me nkaso ohia ahokyere tumi ma wo bi bo abrewa mo no account affecting of odame
wasi wo fu bi aso kwa dia no fo
over question you say shasa wo yira wo na eniane esese wodi onya
bi ni
asetena mu akade esese wotumi de fa no ho onya wo dwene won-tumi ndidi ye
fusuo no kura
ma over question ahokyere ka ho ma nipa tumi bo abrewa mo no wanufu no kura atigu aya sheskafuo no omo yire no mu yi wa ya kama wa ya
Cheche bitio we ska for you no why.
Ska for you no we. Wa kwesi kire me sikani a ne yire no fu atiegu. Me say oda me kire me sikani a unim na ne yire no fu atiegu. It's not possible. Oda me asitena mu hawo
ye wo Brazil
when kasa wo de hwe ye ne ampa ye matifo yi se wo ko village na wo koto wo mu a e ka ho debi oda me eduane asese wudi overkwesi eduane asese wudi yebeka se balance diet wo mu e ma wo wedi no be ye kama e ma wo nufunsuo e ma wonim sese e ma wasitena wutumi etosrade a ebetumi ama wo body na ye kama wutumi dibi ya awotire ka ho
yo mate well so nya doctor ne kan ye ena na kan ye
wo kan doctor no a wo say wo kan ko form ho no o say explain that some women who even have their breasts sagging before their breast was not me person me can baby
they
have their breasts is simply the passage of time.
Yeah, so simple.
The most common cause is simply the passage of time. Good. The passage of time is a kahon. There nipa de uduru baby but me no ka say obi di 60 years of akwesi hu nanimu a as we di 30. There ya won sikani na yira agba abrewada. Won sikani na yira agba abrewada. Sometimes ebi wo hono a sika etumi ema nipa no eluku young. Ebebre ya nwotire.
Meet 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedie sunu asiogwe anope ye ko de bon krata na so na ensem no se ne sitie ye de no so e de abremu. Montie we meba.
Nimidie wo wiase. Eda no meba osasam no it is true. O ma ko universities wa hanyina. University bia ne botaye ne se. Enipa no a waba sa university no obewie no na academically no na oye good and character wise no oye good. We call it integrity. Tertiary institution papa biara ne botaye no ne nipa a wakosua ade a wabrabo eye basabasa no eno ase ne say ye de we bo bra we ase. So the university tertiary institutions no enya asware per se o but mo hu say character and a building society character not necessarily eno ne yete ho Ghana ha no se mo hwe ya your education no aye ni nyina your examination and am headmaster bi kasa wasere a am some education ebun na mahunu say your education system no enye papa e o Ghana ha examination hi asaso ya fa ye ko bu obi teacher foi ya mfa konya nsia sa na yesu ade for examination enti ya master in chew pour and forget ade a wo ya obe passing kwa te kakra bi professionals no kakra bi no omo courses a omo eye no oma nani ebre no otumi eye ade a eye practical pa ma ohunu ni efrite KNUST eye ne ye training engineers eye ne Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology indeed ya dian na KNUST aye wo ma we say mo yigina ho no mo de kasa hwe COVID-19 ya ebae se yesi ye penuro na ye pe e de combat COVID-19 ni ade no all the time governments no and the medical field no omni universities bi na kabom na omu yesa enuro no Ghana ye de wen gutters empo say ene gutters ye open gutters atwam na gutter bia ye kata so no KNUST omonte ye Tigana Niko University no wi abrofo kasatenten brofo wo wi asi nyina ye beka why are there waka wi execute it near here. So this book I can't just there's difference between knowledge and wisdom. Who call school na lecturer na your man certificate as a diploma and when your bachelor's when your master's na say for that is knowledge. Wisdom is applying what you've gotten. A home and aka, we are unable to apply anything. You bet kasa ni achibrofo gwetim ni aka na sabe ye nkura asesam no bi ka brofo akwadi wo yade o ekufu ade ba afoforo no who see na president president wa ka brofo ene yate ho no sabrofo ni ebedie brofo obroni obi o United Kingdom and United States no ye wo no brofo anu oka ebinim abodam wo de ka brofo we asem bro na brofo dia ben na sabi ye nkura asesam bi na ka brofo dia ben sa ye didine sa ne hwi ni ho abibi ni tumi ye
okay brofo ne dia kan ha dia ni pa no be kan esi so aka brofo ne res mama kai edwedifo ye mami omo edwomu ye omo ka kire na do se and then also woman penyi ka brofo na so timiti team yeah but the way she can no that's so MONTIE sem no woman penyi timi ka brofo na so team na omutimi etiase yi brofo dia we say Ghana ha dia ne yeah
abakwesi chama wuntumi asemi o say ono brofo kura face camera no wanka o say anya brofo na overkwesi what is brofo adia pa na brofo eye wotia eye fine but adwene nko ena nyansa nko se wo unyansa anya duma sabi woni obodamfo okura yepe because untumi apply emfa anya se oh what brofo oh obai ne hu mesma na okana brofo yenni emfa hwemre menim obi a wote brofo pan so obe kono wote jonte park wonum ni niana se osi wonum fitia no pa kosi anumre overkwesi apply it bibia wunim no manum anya djuma mawo yemfa yensa ne ya yantene no anya bibi brofo wote a eye but mashi
Ghana de ya de what theory ho
ma bibi se bi mfi de ebinom se de brofo no enom de adwuma obi so brofo no obi eno na timi ma na nsakona no
yeah overkwesi na meka se
what teacher ni no akire brofo school no with that brofo no nka wontimi
yeah overkwesi wote a eye
of course
wo de kire ade overkwesi wonim se obi te brofo pan so wo kire ade ankwala no kura ante ase
nkola na bon
obi overkwesi obi
enye men ka se eno so o se nkola akola bu abon ti wu ka
overkwesi obi nimu ade pan so onim ade kire
eno wo ho na mche se nkola bi so o ma bon and you person be jet
ebinum wo ebi te se me se me de me ho be example e kire se me teacher nu e kire ade a wo ho aya na ma ho meti na ya me se wo kasa bre nti na ne ho kura ya me mobo nti wo be kasa bon se enko ya ne ya de ne ya natural but ye no so ye
ebon na
Reggie promoter Agronsworth was say
Muntie Sanya so adawroko fiaman homre so ejiji tonton sansan e wo ni 100.9 FM
Agenko ne nyansanko agenko ne nyansanko
Ghana Muntie na Sanya so adawroko fiaman homre so ejiji tonton sansan e wo ni 100.9 FM
That's not been as a young me go be in Chessia, to rest where me Chessia. I guess the young son, we say, a young son away, and share not up pay now to argue you. tontoma debi eno odi kwa echima e wona ntwi no makuro ebra okokoduru wono na ntwi no manu baako ofiri nyansa ntoma ebi eno wo hye ne se edi na wotwe ya omeji enti asie ye na ju nyansa sa koni kromo ai edi na wotwe ogona ntwi no makuro mo se ogoji ni sikano enso meri anwa sem onyina di pempro onyina tinti yepe onyina vita yepe enti omundi otontoma so nyare wo nasasa koni kromo ajenko ne nyansanko ajenko ne nyansanko
Sanyaso adawoko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo ni 100.9 FM
agri to enim se na wani ni mono rono na enye kuro papa etiobi e won to papa no oframra wosi no hene eni entempar yo ton to mano papa bai ochia ye anu mani tipo idie ino tenteno anu mani tipo idie ino tenteno enedie ya uwa odaganie ya uwa obia obi akasi ade be adwuma eno ne efre na adwene no sabi abofo onyansa eche ne se onko yi obi afudie na mo wontimi enwene se efo wura be so no fidie sara netia monwe onipa da sani kura obi nyansa be kire eye ma no se odi gabi uni egadi ye wadwene obedi eja no boka enti ajire ko ene nyansa unyansa nyejuma uni obodem ni yensuyeni unyansa nyejuma uni obodem ni yensuyeni agenko nene nyansa agenko nene nyansa Ghana Montie Ode Sampabo Kasiabo Kowakata Munsa Amaya Se Kwesi Abwaagye Onye Yimu Nukretrodo Kawagile Menkamadine Bo Nitafe Mumayentie Kwesi Abwaagye 100.9 Kwesi Bonkwe.
Okay, all right. Yanko anyway na debate ekwoso ofia no minim se ensem ye keka ese sa debate na bi na ekwoso but ese etimi ko enim na eji de bon krata na no pay need 100.9 Ghana Montie dwumadi so mpacho yenko de bon krata na yenhwe nsem no se ni sitie
yo ya sha de bon krata no ase biem ni mpre no so daily graphic de bon krata no na me de e sha ase na wacha se ekopie mu ewo eye bagre a ho no no ade o mu bie bagre dam no ene se de ase wo manfo ekua na ase wo mu farm no farm kra be kan poto ka se mu sen kra womo no baye ha ase womo no baye ni nyina na nso nyame adom wo che se obi bia ni wono mu a woti nananom ewo ensiedo ewo nea esi ye no eho na ni nyina mo na Ghana mampani na adodankwa akufo adon so ede ensem ekode ama Ghana de hye wo se ase womo ya ase womo no dododo ewo atemu adwuma yekuo no so Judiciary no wo che se ye nyai na yade a esei ye ka mema minka bia memu na afen so e ma tentene ne nsem no nso no emfa ne tuma pemfra yi a eno so ode nsem no ato hanom. That's so and a special prosecutor or KWASI Ajeben one also Eden Samako Edi Ama Custom Division no was it see adie one betimi asha say na auction no one more asanso Edi ni dwumadi ana so one more de ni dwumadi no ahyehyɛ so e one potem one man na so one more adwumakuo mu hɔ no mo auction of vehicles no was one betimi ahye ni dwumadi ase so no agasa ne saka ase one more enyai na so see adie was se one more ensign enhye cars no ase ton one more ni do nkomi na no so bibia ntimi nkoyie papa what is an ebeye na yakwa so nsem no ebetimi afa ne to apefra yie no e na sa brede eye still bridges awodo ansam so no woso wo matimi awie a wo mo betumi abom pempen woso na bibia so atimi akoyie e de aboa yakwabade ensem wo yakwa ne akwantempon so daily graphic da obokrata animu nsem eno
na dia me de to aso aye de obokrata ya friend say Ghanaian Times na aye Dr. Joseph Siawa Japan ne papa enase ewo Pentecost International Worship Center Graceland ya wotashinunwa mampeni na adodankwa Akufo-Addo ekojano ema Dr. Joseph Siawa Japan eda awurade ase na ne kansem na mampeni tena se papa so pa uma so onye nanim te National Cathedral na wasi wosie no eya awurade asore dan awurade atine memu tresem no kura kan ye wase awurade baba betena ne memu na woni ya betena da ne sawunti ena wosi asori dan ete ama Ghana desimama ye bekwa akotene mu ye besa awurade dia ne onyam ye beto ayeyi enyum ye beto ozana na ediani Jesu nko bebre yen International Cathedral ne de esumtum awiakọ ye besi atwokos afa Ghana fo ya baby a wo motie mfa say ya se baby a nipa ne tie no ehwo nya ehwo nya kura wo mu ye be ya te se 8.8 million en wo mu ti baby a wo mu atena ye no enya kura NDPC report we ba ye en wo di owura abofa ne mfoni abeto ha Aisha Huang wada hanum say nyame se yenka no kure ewura no ho afepa wada hanum say fe watra say mampeni na adodankwa Akufo-Addo en wo katira Attorney General yewa Godfred Abuadame say watai nachi say de Ghana mrate no yense na ene Aisha Huang enni no say de senefata obi ani Ghana hanum say ya woboro mnaso enti won say na kwadu bia sefata Aisha Huang no yemfa mo no Aisha Huang ya yehu ne nei enya ade a yebehu ne Ghana ha bio elembele DC excavators ya yiraye excavators no yedinkate ye posifu nkoboban kwansini posifu afiri wo adamu kwahe posipenisi yemfiri hanum mrafie excavators no we ayira eho asem yes yate baako yate aban krati penin ya interdicted police penin won nsam ye bebre na aban krati penin no aka asem di affairs Excavator no ho a the Democrat Ghanaian Times ede ho asem aba afei sa wo hye Ghana Premiership a ye bono a ende brekum tasi King Faisal enti ye ka atede no a nipa a wadi nkan ewo soro eye brekum tasi nipa wate man of the match ya frano ewa dramane onu no nya man of the match brekum tasi player woni boye pa ene se yede ne mfoni abetoa
The find that Obokrata no anymore na Worcester Ghana Mampeni na Adodankwa Ekufuado. Wade and some Edi Ama Attorney General Timwa for Penny. Our one sign yet Penny Cassia, Nasa Suafua, was shot and to the some so Urago Fredame. What I said, Aisha Huang, the case no, one shot no one, our man is out to me no. We bet me iron pepper nothing so one more can be our Savata so a dum coco jinam winano, one shot and so one shot once and kaya, and no edacrata any hanum. Ghana Mampeni na Adodankwa Ekufuado, and or the Abasubonsem, Ede Ama Mame. Na Mammy, I wouldn't say more the Amanueno. One no and a share the straight common fund, no so. And what I say, why ya dear papa, acquire waffle so ashe, Ama court buildings, I would want nothing so. I judge from bungalow so, or my gun and mono. Yes, it is in no what me abua or question, cosona at and so. I found it to my perfrano, was so to chair at the man pa, more pia for why dear. Na, asogli atankwanyan so and woman so, Eddie, a chopper from ko akwa Eddie Ama on for Kennedy. A compre Japan, and also so Edda a hanmo. Na ya bagredama womu ebie ye no ekuafo nso a womo ho no mo ekira se womo mfudie de ene asai no kura amacha se ni nyina no atia panzo womo anya bibi papa bia amfa amfiri so ni nyina ye nsuo no a womo ebie ye no a the find that obokrata animu nsem a ye kan bi akire mu anape no no
so fe wo kan ho no kura ho nadmofo kire se enobaya asai wo ho no eye 19,690 acres. Yeah, it's the level of Nioma Aseno, a dorsum. Hey, 19,690 acres. And a bano, a nipanswa affect woman, no by a war near dear 55,235.
Once I done been beside a darling boy say, Insuo no maka so mu bia. Wo mu nya ba bia and store insuo ni ngu mayana. Ah, it me do baby ni esan so bobina, ni yesu ye say insuo hu akwa akwa de ama insuo are, ene ye nya insuo mfa nye bibia. Ni nyina no. Ah, okay.
Enka se hono ano dam ne nchen. Ena nko mbetumi asan ye another dam a. Na nka insuo no ye bia na nka akwa akogu. Abusia a daily guide the Democrat and the Kurami. What the Godfrey Aboagye Infoni Ababetu and say ya was say ni suit and I was say in at the enemy to say the Escafu man kwala woman kwa sorry kwesiada aya woman say we inside the ans woman suit to a gusuano and be na send way and was saying na white ya wabane tie gusu ne space ya kese no a de bia watase no eno ana esenwe na watase etumedie bia ekoso eye 2022 annual conference Ghana Bar Association ewo ho was Ghana's democracy under the Fourth Republic gains challenge and prospect na sajumedie no ase de His Excellency the former president John Dramani Mahama wade no ho apaso emwo ho no pa watrase na enum wo ensem bia wo keka ye edefo atemu adwumaku hu a watrase ajajifuei womu suba akoye sedi nkwamponche womu nyina atohwe faako emwotu womu di kuramposo womu ye unanimous FC eno ena atone genu atrase asem na wokan ye no wanka ne ye kura asasem penimfo bi fra no no womu kata ne saton asem a wokan ye die wanka ne ye wawura bi wa yire baako eno wo ye se wo besa ware baako aka ho said ye woman sese etie no one day wo ho kwan se wotumi ware bebre eka ho na what I say ne word ne ye fese it was a very colorful wedding your friend Munire tomorrow when you 32 years oh why immigration officer so na sa immigration officer ana abema no awaware no aka ho no se wo mu asori a wo mu kono bema no wo kwan so otumi ware baako ka no ho wo ware no wieye se dia ware ne ye fepa nya asem ketoa kwansini 10 days later ya kwa akokum wo ba yi ya oh then who did that when they kum awura yi wo de awura ne mfo ne abeto anum say anwofedia wo makunu ya enna posifu ogusu a wo ya nsisemu no womadi akire akwa papa ne ne yira wodi kan papa na nso ye suspect eni nipa bi akeka ka ho enti womugusu a aposifo eya asem no mu anhyehyemu mampani na do dankwa Akufo-Addo wada hanum sei wasane space round no aya wode kenkan ade no ena wabɔ ne tie kama wakata attorney general say wade ne tumi a wo nyina tie neti asa wan yampese ye bewu no Ghana hanum kura bio enti kwadu bi asafata no yamfa mo no ye tunase ye sinase anya ade a ye taso kura ye tudua ne hini sani ani kuram no wobekɔ a eno ano no ne Ghana tonkwanta ya pai special prosecutor na wo ye dwumadie bi ewo customs enam so ema customs pani kura no oda no kana retire kojo damwa wono kura ekofie wode wo settle so say cars ya wo mubɔ no oxen containers enioma hudu mu ya no oxen nyina no wode wo settle so sabre die benza bosome ba ko atinie wotrasi wayi afiri wo enti wo mu betumi akoso na wo mati wo mu dwuma na Democrat etra no say wode abranti a ya frane se Bernard Chapate ne mfoni abetoa na wo sha abranti n'anim a oh it reminds me the good old days Ismail Addo kra wo he what abranti ni se go mane ya akono wane no se pepe that time we crowd of folkfo bobola anya se kura no Ismail Addo be se go pa wase no papa na wati wasine ye woni tim a wosi aka wo mu a wade ne mfoni abetoa ne se ya wo sere Thomas Tuchel oya tesifo coach apam no wase still a wanjindi Chelsea pay to me apam wo no Thomas Tuchel obi a watumi di wo ma Champions League ema baby a wode Chelsea pay kodu ye enti yapam no but wanyini ejana ni subiri en watra se wanyini se Chelsea pay betumi awe nyame anim apam wo no Thomas Tuchel dabi asam no adaso atwetwe so
The Chronicle do bokata anu animu nsem Ghana mampani na adodanko Akufo-Addo eye atemuafo awodo no aginagina hanom na kyese ene wo chiachia wo mo chia wo bia nsem ne nsa eda baako ensa yemu a yese efepa wo mo nyina esresre ene amhwa hanom nwam se mehunu eye owura ayi amoako so afia wo hwe akwane akwantempo sem so onmunyafo kwesi amoako ata mehunu wa hanom na immigration officer baako nso egina ne nchen na wo kyese owura Godfrey Dame na ekasa wa hanom attorney general wode ensam akọ ene watu bi di amane Ghana mampani dada John Dramani Mahama wo kyese atemu adwuma yekuo on mo matena ye no enye humobro be yaye ene wo ma ba be hu obi amobo nti aya wonya no toato ana wo toato ano eno ye ensam a wo ka no wa hanom ena Ghana mampani nso eka ensam bi wa hanom wo se wono John Dramani Mahama mampani dada osori anu oto ayampe anu o ka nsem na an isi ade we kopie mu atemu court wo no mu a ene atemufuo no ene ye ya 7-0 anu was 7-0 ne call ya ene na tese uni case ndisifuo so wo mu lucy ya na ye case na no wo mu enie e won nsem no mu tabiri di kokopie mu e wo atemu adwuma yeko no anim ho Supreme Court no enti wo madi ntwa wo mo enti ase no onya se danda nyina no wo bo atemufuo no so mo sa wo se ni nyina no emoa ye ka bi ma menka bi amembuo no na ya no wototo na se no ese niama ena Ghana mampani na adodanko Akufo-Addo nso wada adwumadie bi adi a wato ne din Operation Showers of Blessing we no GBC ena kyese GBC president en wa dance adwumadie we adi wo mo kyese wo new vision wo mo ani so ade hunu foforo kra wo mo de ba bepem adwumako no de akonkan The Chronicle do bokrata animu ensem eno
na the bokrata me de to aso tele dispatch Canada akompre ko Japan ayamra sebedeni a wotina ma de se wo Asen Central wo pe president yedi Blackberry no was wotina mu de nene sem PP fo koto aba no mu yi no a na tese mampeni akonya no wo ba be fa atena so na wo kodru Asante mantemu a wo bontoa ana interview na brantie ba ko bisa nsehwe wo kan wo pe president yedi wo Ghana ha na gas ye yure fi wa ho anya wo ana agrobi na wudie Sa Ghana for Akwasala, Aquatu Abama, say, wo, Brabaya president, who had me say, ya, Obia, you say, and was say, I, and Nipasa, Sabi, the Canadian Japan, one amunimun some time ago, no, and no one know any. Well, can't Sisudia say, Sisia was 62 years, was 62 years. And let me repeat what he said here. I want to be the flag bearer of MPP, and I will never change my mind. That since Central Legislature to what I say, flag bearership no a war penno. A dear be anyone who are a basin of crime, forward ever, backwards never empty. The Radia na dominus will win flag bearership no. That's what to me we by a present here. Near my friend His Excellency, Canada compre kwa Japan. No baby dear so. Nah, the Democrat anyone me say, all the title at the report to buy. Now, sir, report no our the buyer no. Baby back one a one more a bon pa a bust. Busty, more mumu ya. Moon winning yame. I fed the Musimo Quaco butu. Adia to me kuanegu. Enti ye probia or bear revival no. I meant to me koyen yam kakra. Ankuma nkwotu akawa ankuma akafa kawaba wowura province ya de be ya MD eta wa adwa sikapa no ototo no basabasa sei ena empanimfo bi nso ta na chi enti obi an current no report we beto odwa no ukọ boss to one mu a sika wo mu atoto no basabasa no we mbese attorney general and wakatra former president His Excellency John Dramani Mahama says Adagefo na wo tawo mu adapa no enye won hye no wonyai enya fa kura ye nta adagefo adapa asa afi wodi nipa mienu mfoni abetoa de odi kai eye magjeri ne kaze ye friend wo wura akosi kwate wo wururi conservative party ena Miss Abena Asare wo opposition Labour Party sankofo mieni akwesi ni abena omu no omu manage UK economy no entienei se wo pe enipa omu manage United Kingdom economy no a eyese nipa mieni Miss Abena Asare oyinu wo opposition na one wo opposition a enka oya finance minister die we beye no weni die akire bi enti woni ni nyina na eye entienei me kansi su bia se wuko United Kingdom na wo pe kuku dam a omusu omusika sam nyina asom wo mu a eye magjeri ne cousin kwasi kwate ena Abena Asare wo mu nyina nso eye Ghana fo
metua so de anko de obakrata no eno ena me de etua so e wa hanom na Owura Martin Ayisi wono eye pani kwanswafo e de Minerals Commission na eye oje a wo ya ajebi a wono so toso mienu eye president the National House of Chiefs womu mienu nyina da anim hanom ena wowura yi apeja ne nsade akosoro ena oje a wo nso ene ni phone tare na so pa na watutu ne ntoma ene African ayi kente papa ibie enye ize kura na eno ena owura yi nsam a wo ka enyina wa hanom ne se ebra wo mo ye se wo mo de eye operation anti Galamsey anasa anti Galamsey operation no e de beba se ne be ye de be boa na efoma gudi etu ani nyina wo mo nam na kwan so wo metimi ahwa wo nsenka ye no hwe wo se anyemfu authority aye no na enye bi nie ene wo mo authority aye ankasa nti afei na amasa anti Galamsey operation no so wo mo ba beji atumu no ya akoye den kakra na so ye mo gidi tumu a isisi akrampo no wo che se wo mo ebre wo hu yi ayemfufuo bi wo mo ma wo mo ebre wo sa adwumadie ne ho a ne nyina no ye nsem a wo de ato anim hanom na Owura Razak Opoku wono so ye activist sa wo kwa NPP amanyokuo no mu a ene ye che se wodi mu akotini ye papa wo amanyosem no emu na wo kasa wo hanom wo se eto bi wo no mu a ye de an midi no kura de ama asemasi midi no kura de ama mekunu midi no kura de ama amanyoni wei midi no kura de ama ayi mesum wei wo se sa ne ama ne nyina ebi wo no mu a wo de midi no kura efe obewi akire no na wuwu wo kokoam afe wo de baba tu bedwam awie se an me de midi no kura de ama asemasi midi no kura de ama asemasi midi no kura ebi a na ebe kwa kodum pempenso bi no afe nipa no wo be ya ade bi a enam se waka no obedwam so obedi no kura de ama no nti no oye bibia untumi enka biemu na je say bone kwa so kra na wonam a na say me di no kra meta na chi loyalty o che say eku nipa e wo kokwa mu a ne nyina no etwabata say ye hwe eho ensenkan a eno nso eda anim hanom na top principals wo mo e che say enche bia na empanifo twotwo wure yi wo mo ebetimi agba na aba bepie mu ewo omai Ghana mu a ne nyina no UK boarding school exhibition a eba bekoso ewo omai Ghana mu na mining directors mienu so eno wacha se sabre yazo a wo mo a ne nyina no efa wo mo dwumadie ensem bia wo mo edi wo mo cha se kuntuna so wo mo nam ena cha se ene wo mo afasebu akwa so ede ye ne bia ensem fata ewo omai Ghana mu a the anchor de obokrata no edi bi mayen anapay
na the obokrata me de to aso the new crusading guide. Now the new crusading guide the abasro and say and what I say owura kisia jabe ono na oya special prosecutor ewo Ghana ha just recently and wakoye ntusemu wada bianca into wakwaji sikama yen wasan eko customs commissioner so ema me no kase kura no papa na duma abono ya watifie enti wado wasakura to customs fo so sa efri sa abra ne de krono oxen cars nyina womunyae womumabu wa konta nyina mfantre no wotre se ekura so wakanso wonyanwe ye sa wose no wate asan enti enne customs fo betumi akoso na womu abo womu wose cars ya womu peso womu ton womu nton dia wakase womu mfa nwa konta bu omra no nso eno nso womu hold on wansa na womu nkoso a enye wometuma womo nenti watra krata ade akoma customs ya wose womo nkoso ani womo atuma afi weja dam ebra ye weja dam no yetua compensation sa compensation no ena nanano mo katra ban se womo tua compensation no ma womo no womo nko ananim etre se sa compensation no womo nsa nka ba akokura one person one po ama metu omu akati enti say ya omutua compensation ko fukuro omutua ma womu no aba nkwato se na woni omu sika mre womu asa one repatriation teni ya efri Ghana ediko Guangzhou Addis Ababa document nyina edi adanse enie etresa ya ti no first no ye deporto no efri enkran ha edene ko Guangzhou ebra yedene ko Guangzhou no yedene fa Addis Ababa ye Ethiopia netase yedene fa Ethiopia Airlines se wutu kwan na wo fa Ethiopia Airlines ya etresa wo besi wa Addis Ababa no wate wa home se wo fa Emirates nso a etresa wo besi wo Dubai no wate wa home ansa no wate wa kwantuo so enti ansa hwan yedene fa Addis Ababa enti wafa Ethiopia Airline and what the koye document ne nkrate di na dance nyina enie controller general revocation permit ye repatriation letter en hwan asa hwan ni nyina nso ewa ha pram osuwem family ana wo tre se asafu atenote wo munim no wo munene tonkwanta wo mapai Attorney General Aya Godfrey Abuadame, they were capturing His Excellency the former president, John Dramani Mahama nonso what they aba, or would be 1 week in Suetra.
Ghana Muntie, na Mansanya son, at the rock of Yaman Homene so ejiji tonton sansan, ewo neat. 100.9 FM.
So you're a beneficiary of this system. In fact, the likes of ABOAGYE DC quote some 15 million Ex-gratia that you were paid.
That's
president.
That's an absolute lie. He says in 2013, 14 million was paid into my ADB account. I have my 2013 bank statement. I'll let you look through and see if there's any 14 million payment. The only payment that was made to me by government, Accountant General, was my salary arrears of 230,000 cedis. That's all.
In 2013.
In 2013. I'll show you that bank statement.
No ex-gratia or
no ex-gratia. I was paid 230,000 as salary arrears in 2013. I'll show it to you first, and later if you want we can call a group of you journalists. Of course I don't want to publish my bank statement, but I can put it before you and you look through all the payments and see if there's a 14 million CD payment. I didn't receive any such payment. And he also says that I receive privileges and perks since I left office in 2017 worth 15 million CDs. That is absolutely untrue. I receive only my monthly pension, like President Kufuor, President Rawlings was receiving until he died. That's all I get. I pay the electricity bill for my house and my office. I pay the water bill for my house and my office. I live in my own accommodation, so the state does not pay me anything for accommodation. They haven't given me an office. I rent an office in East Cantonments. I pay the rent myself. I pay my own fuel. The state doesn't give me fuel. I pay my own domestic staff. I pay my own medical bills. I pay my own air tickets when I travel. You know, I'm traveling tonight. I bought those tickets myself, for myself and my wife. And so all those things he said are rubbish. Yes, somebody gave him what we're entitled to. And probably they're doing it for President Kufuor, but they are not doing it for me.
So there was some arrangement as to what
it was approved in Parliament. Normally when you leave, yes, they approve what should be done for you.
You are not being
it's not being done. It's not being done for me.
Why?
I don't get electricity, I don't get water, I don't get medical.
Why exactly?
Adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Yeah, be come on so akwa kodin komo aye de bonkrata. The insight enim how them saying was say $993 million Pwalugu Dam abandoned. Farmers express disappointment in government. Story nankasa aye de bonkrata enim see the Pwalugu multi-purpose dam project estimated to cost of the Ghanaian taxpayer a whopping $993 million has been abandoned. Now, the project, which is the single biggest investment ever made in the northern part of Ghana, was awarded to Sino Hydro Company Limited, a Chinese company, at an estimated cost of $993 million, and will consist of a Sino Hydro hybrid. Let me see, the story continues on the page 3 of the paper. Okay. Well, Mami Kwamano so na mi kodin komo na nkampese kwabna chichim kakra, but former spokesperson ma Pwalugu project and current deputy director general ma TVET service David Pra one more ni ntimi nya enti ase wo sa asemi ho enti yan kwamano so na ye ne David eni komo David ya da ase mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope
mini aba amaje so pa
nempo mo e Yedasi. Well, I mean, minim say what would the inside the Bokrata na as a former spokesperson my Pwalugu project any say wuti BBC say $993 million. I this year Pwalugu dam project in mo say ye atune jeje mu has been abandoned. Dear pa na betimi aka fa ho dear na onimfa project ho akosi saying senator
Edika no mami fanchi akese ema na mimo wabaso chia producer papa tona mini odame ene benefo onye eduma need person they can one of the best stations in Ghana. Won't me need person punchim until me bomb on supply. And myself sana odika kwa no me water authority Judiciary na me kasa ma Pwalugu multi-purpose dam no ewe teaching man no ye amiado na da ko Pwalugu na nim gene nakuma partner o man Ghana nka yi ne no mewo teaching man no do support ti this year na no ma oyi me aba Ghana TV service and deputy director. And so Sonia, we come for a good multi-purpose dam now for me. La mobile in Nashina, to me, a church in Semukaka.
Yeah, that's it.
You can say, my main and keep that same. Pwalugu multi-purpose dam project is not been abandoned. That is the first thing that the person established. As for newspaper, and I said, the job body. And normal thing be a bit more expensive the view, especially if the person is not a technical person in any of the projects. I bet my expecting if you say ABR is being abandoned because they are oppressor ABR greater now we know that one now forklift you know my way to class no I know no oppressor into ABR call and no now the conclusion is it's been abandoned. That is incorrect. Into the project has not been abandoned. There are two aspects of dam construction. Where a multi-purpose dam project, a hydro power dam, and no, about 70 megawatts, and then the Toshmi, what we call solar. Solar no, about 50 megawatts, and the capital, so they said, there's going to be a huge reservoir. There are about 350 km. And no, quite. And no, so no, will do the volume of water, the great battery dam now. A bit will do a place I friend of Sariba. Now, a hono and every year irrigation project. It's about 25,000 hectares of irrigable land. You are right. This would have been the largest project ever to have taken place in Northern Ghana. Especially the premium was largest. Idea of maintaining a man down to Pwalugu. And he is very committed to ensure the Pwalugu multi-purpose dam project comes to fruition. That project will never, ever be abandoned. Now, Jumano Ecoso, maybe there are two aspects. First and foremost, who constructed where hydro power dam. Apart from that, it has huge solar facility, then an irrigation component. And yet, subject to say, David now I say Okosi classroom block. And no, now immediately no. Okano will proceed 3 units, 6 units. There be a huge facility. The environmental impact of this facility, should not be underestimated. And only a very critical component. Make like I said, initially we were very ambitious with respect to time now. Yes, see, you do another thing. Now, yes, huge facility. It requires extensive stakeholder engagement. 2, environmental impact assessment, has been expanded to cover a wide range of things. The flora and the fauna analytical study of the place. And to ensure that the impact on human beings, and yet so drastic. And idea, Water River Authority, the implementing agency, and then contractor, and the Upper East Regional Coordinating Council, and major stakeholders like the Forestry Commission, Land Commission, Land Evaluation, and even the CMNOCASI, Water River Authority, and the Ghana Tibet Service, and the Social Welfare. Approval has been granted by the Ghana Tibet Service. The vocational and technical education part of the RAP, Resettlement Action Plan, not just a normal. And on one every baby, there are some communities. Including Saribane, Lungu, ni Gubio, ni other communities. Omono ever the foot and I said the heart of the dam. In the community, Sariba, any Gubio, especially Gubio, any Lungu, they will be in the jam. Those communities will be submerged. Yes, Satina is constructing a air costa. Those communities will not exist any longer. After implementing this, the first necessary would be a communities, and so because these communities will be inundated. It won't mean Gidinano. Now I started the machine no to assassin we started empowerment of volumes of water, not in chrono error. And as I said, we hear the resettlement action plan. Now we hear a sensitive stakeholder engagement study. Ghana TV at ABOAGYE via Mayaye. So we know even the vocation and the skills that will be required by the people of the area. And the very soon we are sending a team of experts, TV experts, to the place. Now you need to acquire that essential assessment. Just to be ejumano eguso with respect to all these assets you make rapid. Or via the ejumano farmer, you see an omenya the interim valuation reporter, and known as cascade into the submission of comprehensive project report for the acquisition, so that the executive instrument is issued. Nina no via the forestry commission, any land valuation, any land commission, penufo in a year say you may via staff ni contractors no or more work through the war or more yet. When they finish with these things, then now then the machines about me are enter site.
But David, David,
and it's not a day's job.
David, Matthew Hanum saying I said, "I try it harding." Enti sanyama wobobo suni nyina be ye mfie miensa ene de yesa adwuma we no.
Ebi kra ye mfie enum, because you see
the reason why me bisa sa no o kan story na eni chechemu ade ma no story ni say en patriotu ni die mu a on November 29 2019 President Nana Akufo-Addo cut the sword for the construction of the Pwalugu multipurpose dam project. The project, which was expected to be completed in 4 years to control the perennial flooding in the northern regions, which is often caused by torrential rainfalls and the spillage from the Pwalugu Dam, has halted. But the contractor working on this hydropower component of the project to supply the northeast region and the other 4 regions of the north with stable electricity has evacuated from the site with their working machines and removed the site camp, which they fenced at Kurugu in the West Mamprusi municipality or the northeast region. So 2019 senior story in the chair say Omampeni ekate sword. Say yeba be yese adwuma na empenifo ema entiase no ekoye se yedi mfie 9 ene besi. Nti from 2019 be ye twa be mfie miensa egu. Enti nchechemu ya odi mei ene nia mo kan say story no person o che say nia story ne kan no enye sa mo anka say be mfie 9 na mo wie project.
Mini am pa cho we.
Yeah, David, yeah.
Where you made us say. Edikano, the story aspect say you see you did feel nine ebe you see dam no. It's not wrong. And only ade am say what say. Onyam fum to bia. Now the aspect or say the project has been abandoned, And I may say he may not have the technical eyes to see what is going on. And I will not also blame him or her, the writer of the story.
I'll say contractor no ni site no kra be or no. O si wo yu ni niam nyina afi ho no mu sei.
Oh, me bad that we disaster to unnom kwan no do. En kwan ne o de insina unnom no. Me pa cho me say edikan no the person may not be wrong, but me and I may tell say the period for the construction of the main dam, yes, we will use about 4 years at the year. I know that he may not be, but that is when the project begins. And that's the Omanpenikatis or from 2019. Now I calculating is 2019 November. Okay, which virtually was 2020. Into 2020, 2021, 2022, same project in we are talking about when the machine begins of construction. You use there about 4 years, but you need to do all these things. And yet, you see, you are going to resettle 6 major communities, and yes, sir, one community. And first and foremost, even the dear Uber resettle omono. As I say, you need to acquire the land. What do you mean, Koyana, Zabunkoji, Obi, Asase?
But you need you move, but you construct, say, Omanpini Katisoda. Say, not to see a chassis, dear, no, not construction, chassis, meboa.
Yes.
We go the construction in Omanpini Katisono, then the construction begins. But
I know a construction, when we say construction, one of the unim and I'm saying, blame you. This is the unim say, welcome, who say the pickers above from here starting to know. Giddy from there is not done. It's not done like that. This is a major dam construction. We are talking about resettling 6 communities. You need to acquire the land. You need to even do a very aggressive engagement. Obi throughout his life. Who could you buy and I say, on my Ejapade? Among for what area or no? Omo no benya home for so first. And sana, you work the whole Ghana.
And people say the project is expected to be completed in 4 years. Who say, Senya Sana Tia? So 4 years, not then, and no idea for the end.
No, me say party, it will take 4 years. But the project has begun by looking at the other side of the whole project. And that is the RAP, Resettlement Action Plan activities. And no maker say, we need to do extensive. We can even take 3 whole years to even get that one right. Once we get it right, and we hit the road, the period for the major construction will take 4 years.
Okay.
That one is not wrong.
All right. So,
but now, what the government is doing is the other side, the substance, which is very critical. You need to do acquisition. There has been series of engagement. Yankasaya communities, Nina, Gubio, Sarba, Mungu, all the Kurugu, Nina, Yakoho, Yania, Himfunako Kasa, Yanio alternative sites are Omu Ebeye, Yani Omu Eye engagement, other state agencies, via the Omu engagement, Omuno Ebeboa to do the human side, the social side.
And Equaphone Sadia Wayna, still almost disappointed in a government. No?
Oh, no. The people have not said that.
That's what the story people know the Democrat.
For the story, what's the story? I mean, they may catch us any story. Until the people are not disappointed. When you go to these communities, they see VRA stuff in the bush. The cadastre map of the area has been taken. The dam boundaries have been pegged. The areas that pegging and that when we did the pegging, now who said these 6 communities are at the foot of the dam. And so what you need to do is to get them out. If you don't get them out, you cannot, and you can't force. You have to take your time, engage the people, appeal to their conscience, explain the importance of this project. Now, why you know the pray? I'm a moment say ampa, and this is what
but I back what Diamond and I'm more back where the break here for now. You know, one more around the area, and he said, "You be a baggy dam now, and sure no, dammy." Yetimi Pwalugu yes project here betimi aboama nsuo no ebegye no ne ne ka ho ofa aye daily graphica enim honum say farmers bear brunt of Pwalugu Dam spillage, many farms submerged. Enti usha still sawo how nka Pwalugu project ibaya. Womo da so anam sawo how me. And the paper, the one story in here from say disappointed also there be sanity, but they're still going through the problem of Pwalugu Dam spillage here how me.
No, they are rather grateful that the president's commitment to construct Pwalugu Dam is still on course. Yes, no obi ampe we crowd the South Farm A. Last year, about 20 people were killed by the flood. Every year, these things occur. And it's not from today. Note that subsequent governments, succeeding governments, were not able to even do anything about it until Nana Danko Kufuado and the current chief executive of VRA, and for Musino. We cannot sit. And we need to commend the president, we need to commend engineer Emmanuel Chidakwa of VRA, and for Kukudama, among the regional ministers, Nanado Abam, for the commitment to ensure that this project see to the fruition. But as I said, then you can now say maybe machines no echo. Now the machine and now and yet a day's job. And right now, I may not falter the writer, but I said there should be extensive education and media engagement on this. The step to be a VRA piano. As a sort of media, say ampa, say and a moina yetu.
And the project we know a breben pioneer baby. Yet time ben pioneer dear man who see a baby. Time ben pioneer dear man. I feel be money see a baby.
In this case, you may not just say Ebia. So immediately, Tiano, VRA is almost wrapping up on all the resettlement action plan activities, any other acquisition process, You see, I'm told, sir, you see, but I'm told, sir.
Oh, but David, Brianna, yes, a project. Yes, yeah. No. No. I have to. It's important. I ask this question. No, David, it's important. David, hold on. David,
for the acquisition of the land, it's almost report me is almost complete for cabinet approval for those lands need to be acquired by the state. Once that one is done, then you can now send the machines. Into Anna, as someone say, Power China and Asano Hydro, or Munum constructed your friends, Tamale interchange, Into machines, cannot be left there as you may deem. And somebody a Juma for fraud. Once we are
90 years, Juma when you're taxi machines, Nikogu Honum Zin.
That is machine, machine Kogu. What they did was that they had to clear the land for the construction of their campsite. But because people were also apprehensive. Empowerment in Shobefire, so Marco Sister Machine, baby, I say, more Shida, into Invana Modiaco. There were also other people who were also apprehensive about it. You needed to withdraw for a while. When you're in area, you now enter full scale. Into me, I should say from next year, thereabouts, action. That is what I made because many people for Casa now they are almost at the verge of wrapping up on the soft side. No more start to the hard side.
Okay.
They are there. Every day they are in the community. Into communities in Ankasa there, they are aware of what the government is doing. And they are aware of what VRA is doing. It's not like that. This is a huge project. You have to get it right. Do your rap. To get the buy-in of the communities where the get them to buy now matching ho enuma alternative livelihood programs to say skills delivery, skills training no nina no TV service and other social welfare and other state agencies Emma the actual dam construction will begin and it takes 3 to 4 years to finish.
That's I'm sure. David Pra, a former spokesperson for the Pwalugu project. Na one Edin Commoding Chichimu Edi Abre the inside the Bokrata and all Kasa Semiosi $993 million Pwalugu Dam abandoned. Farmers express disappointment in government. But David in Chichimu the ban was in a sana tier. Anope Wajinche 0503721744 need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Yanope Jumedia Suni Gusi. Your friend KWASI ABOAGYE Menam Dijumedio Chame so far be fee and a kwabna phone so working kind of one cratano.
At the Roko Fiaman Homene so ejiji tonton sansan will need 100.9 FM.
Mami kind Madrin Chene be ba away WhatsApp line so na yanko enim anope away Jumedia so enyin 7 bin soon fee a de bon cratano etemu pa anope Bobby na Rainbow Ewa Castle say when GM realized that President Ekufuado's visit to Volta region will expose his failure to provide infrastructure for the good people of Volta, he decided to come out to grant interview just to become the topic for today. KWASI, indeed, JDM should listen to His Excellency Ekufuado and apologize to the judges of his disrespectful comment against them. That is one here from Kwejo Edu Pako, President concerned period of social media, the free air, Achimesium, and all the bar. Amisko Spelele says, in fact, Attorney General has said it all. JDM can't disparage the great works of the Judiciary. Isn't the same Judiciary who affirmed him as president in the 2012 election petition? Amisko Spelele, the free Kaswa, and all the Anobaye. So, John Mahama, under your watch, you deported 5,000 Chinese Galamseyers to China instead of prosecuting them in a law court. And that is a big achievement for you. Boating Eddie Free Denmark. Yahuza Swame. The constant attack on the judiciary by John Mahama and his NDC cohorts is becoming too many. And it must be a big concern to every well-meaning Ghanaian. Yahuza Swame. Eddie Free. Nana Kwame Pasco Nsawem says, kudos to everyone in the Efutu constituency. All right. I call this so. Says, KWASI, Galamsey is a definition of a third world war. Ghana should not become anybody. Ghana should not welcome anybody who will indulge in the act. The act, sure. The youth need their land for farming, but our chiefs and landowners have released them for Galamsey people. That's echo the so not the way by. Mukala Jonas Adia from Kiri says, Mr. John Mahama has shot himself by saying he received only his monthly pension pay. Please, I ask whether a pensioner is allowed into active service. John Mahama is a pensioner, so let's completely help him to realize his dream in 2024. Eben Ewokwabenya, the perception out there is that the judiciary under CJ Eninyeboa is biased and corrupt, period. So no amount of attack on JDM by Mr. Dami, the Attorney General, will hold water. That's Eben Kwabenya Enodi Free Enodi Baye. In Shaba Anelka, Ashaman constituency, a gunshot from a fantastic lawyer, Godfred Yeboah-Dami. The entire team of the NDC propaganda machinery are bleeding. I love enter my bathroom. That is one there from a year in Shaba Anelka. Yanko amano so me home a year messages in the Yanko din komo. Na may a sure city for Mate. Ghana Private Road Transport Union, GPRTU. Nyaya TSA almost say omo ba beto lorry fare. Abbas Ibrahim Moro, head of communications man GPRT of TUC. Abbas ya da se mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope.
Me do so
Na GPRT for nya ho te say.
Oh, yeah.
So nya yakin kan atie no kire say mo si mo ba beto lorry fares mu. Ade obetimi confirm say yes. Mo di BBC atodwa.
But I'm found to go there. And then I'm not trying to get 2 lorry fares. They are getting 2 that from July, no. Oil prices now. Every year, every month. And don't pay so they are. As you say, yes, it's not your lorry fare. And yeah, I can afford sacrifice it. But by then, they prepare to apply implement for them and we're open there. Mobile have a second look at that assembly. Then they ask them, you say, oil prices, no taxes, no bill whatsoever. Apply paying for them, but they are almost sweat, no, almost increase of money, almost yes, and then, you're going to be higher, kakra. Then they buy you have 2 lorry fares. Only, and no things to time from July more, I say, it's a lorry fares and then no, yes, but the next day, almost every on the 16th, and then 30th of every month, no. I could number the shop price, no. The final answer now. The contract, some people going to get at the moment. A transfer your car, some people going at the moment. I yes, I must say, and so I have to, you won't say, now every moment, you have my price, no so cacrano. I have to no ever bomb because I said, contact our baby. And so the car would be top for so now I'm trying to better the same boiler would be here to my whole day. The one said the bush not being a whole power baby. Yeah. And when I have back on the last week, can't say I have a part about for the process. What price I hear coming? Almost my more than normal. So therefore, to that knows the yeah. And then that's a good now. Now you have to learn for that's my
Enti ni nyina gyina se aban ye bibi fa ho etebo no so dia. Is it the case se aban timi ye bibi fa ho dia monto ebo no so ana?
Yeah na the pass for now. Yes.
Inti se aban ante ebo no so dia fu wa man ye bibi amfa na ebo na mba fam a taxes ni ade o mantimi nyina ebo na mba fam dia ene musumu betu mu lorry fare no ho Baba bekasa saadie the last time na mo ba be yentumi sa na ebi amo kananka mo pese aban te fuel bonus because na mo si fuel no bo na akoso spare parts ni ade but say yan se de nya bibi teach you be
yeah last year December one time and May yeah to worry about and we're hoping that will be a very good solution. And then my end now, we are in the country. I will send up there, or castle, and white trail, and the other boy. And the end of the moon in ourselves. Yes, so young, I had the lawyer friend so far. And then my situation no bear away. You was being behind the best one. Why not? Yeah.
And Pachaya now one with a mouthpiece no ma one mouthpiece in Pachaya now in the quechi.
Me graduate with time now. The parking and I don't want to traffic wall.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. And I did not acquire.
Okay.
And the I know America crowd. I can acquire our gun. Sacrifice the payment there. Oh, yes, I can acquire sacrifice the bar. The payment there. And this is the first one. I'm smart and top on woman. That's the fun price. Yeah, and I deny it to Sasha Capo. You won't clear yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, patch on now. Almost here, Moto, maybe put the Manu to more. Manu, I wouldn't generally. Manu, Papa.
Ya no do akire ba ya no nya ya.
Aha, okay. When the patch is in na. They can't block into the patch.
Mate. So, mu ma aban akopim da ben. Mu hwe ni akopim da ben na ebi aban ye bibi mfafu no ho no.
Yeah, more deadline because of the 30 crusade from last year. And now, who said a honor of a community prepare? I'm a poor Ghana for now. The man deadline because from last year, this year, so the second one time. And the on day, I was the Abuja. That will be as the appointment. My employer family. Then on the part of the part more positive than young. And say, you can see Abuja. I said, Papa, yeah, that's
Okay. Okay. Because I mean, besides, I say, Yan and TSA, Mosi Bam said, 2 weeks. Muma be 2 weeks. Na Montie, I'm over 2 months. I hear him say, now what you know, and tell me, dear, mobile 2 Lord first, in Tinami Busasa, as a mama time beer. Okay. All right. Abbas, you better see the BCS, Yamisha. Abbas Ibrahim Moro, head of communications, my GPRTU of TUC. A driver for Kubatano, Bakono GPRT4, Nyomo Kanye, Omuhia say, a buying, almost say a year petrol, diesel, no bono, CCA baby, and I'm I was road. When you taxes need be infused now, a bono to me, my from the anatches, almost on Baba to a Malloy fame one, and says, and say, almost on who chill, papa. Why I say,
Ghana Muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM
tiwe no sa no ba na sa dia na chese yakemu anesa o yakemu anesa
I was making a call to action that we should do something to change that perception. Why can that be imprudent? I didn't put the judiciary where it is.
Says haven't occupied
the last office. The last Afro Baron. No, so if you occupy a high office of the land, you shouldn't speak the truth. Is that what it means? Do we believe that if we go to the courts, we will get justice? We hear every day, instances of perverted justice and all that. And recently, the Chief Justice himself, in a statement read for him by Justice Doche, raised some of these same issues himself. And I will applaud him for it, because I had said in my statement that I had lost faith in the current leadership to be able to do anything about reforming it, and I hope that a new Chief Justice will do that. But since then, he's made this statement that Justice Doche did, and I saw some positive jewels in it, that he was calling judges, to dispense justice freely and fairly, transparently, so that people will feel, that confidence to go to the judiciary, because the judiciary is the last arbiter. We can disagree, we can have quarrels in parliament and everything. Eventually, when we are unable to agree, we all go to the justice system. And we must, have confidence that it will do so fairly, and it will do so according to the law and in the public interest. That's all I was saying. Well, and so how he can interpret that to mean that I was imprudent and blah, blah, blah. So if you're a former president, you see something going wrong in the country, you have no right to talk about it. Is that what he's saying? No, I won't let him take that right away from me. If I see something going wrong, I'll point it out. It's my duty to do so. I have a voice that is listened to in this country. And I think that if things are going wrong and I talk about it, it makes it topical so that something can be done about it. And that's why I continue to make the statements I make.
In fact, the Afrobarometer survey by the CDD reflected a number of things that you point to about the citizens' concerns about the judiciary, the perception about the judiciary. But the former Chief Justice holds the view that, look, if you take a bad case to the court, you don't expect a good outcome.
Of course. Who said they should take a bad case? Those are the things I'm pointing to. If you take a bad case...
You can't blame the judiciary for that if you take a bad case to
Of course. I'm talking about where people take good cases and get bad outcomes. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about bad cases expecting good outcomes.
So, Omampanyida John Mahama, a interview on TV3 for Yano Pena Yabubia Mona. Yanko Yenimni share Ghanaian Times the Bokrata no eba bonti neno. Enim asemba kweda honum so see Elembele DC clears air about missing excavators. Now, eti from Yeshua said now twe mu sankomo we edi him papa na da so a edi him excavators bia yakochi no Elembele eba be yankomo bebre ema district chief executive ye police for crab omo ekochi no ne ka ho na yanko na yene honorable DC of Elembele Rakwesi Bonzo ewa amano so na yanyi nchechim kakra emfiri no honom say Rabonzo ya da se mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope
me joso me ya kocha baji
nyampomo
nyame adom ye.
Okay, so I mean say ensam no die bebre na baba sinko na senior Ghanaian Times ken say o clear air na say o chirim nia wo so nim efa missing excavators yi ho nti anope yenya odie na mpenifo kasa se ka akumi agikoko enumi ni die mu a yentie o ni esi ye no na no die ni nchechemu ebia obetim diama
ambacho mi tie wo
tiefo just
na asema zi abadaja amse for last week in the media for anybody achino kumbia start yache and DC since 2019. We police for EPA, dissect, Urban Commission, Vanguard. I mean, I will call Petia Galamsey, Ewolembre, Ache. Now, the easy, sir. That's very, very difficult in the fight against Galamsey. But Missono, now I was resolved the Quambiasno. Galamsey, idea, saying you, say as I say. Your hobby and the bed on my Ghana, especially a lumber, one of them, you know, in a couple of years. In one of the last 2 weeks, and a member of Parliament said me, that what is the school as a civil or a lumber? I'm saying because more than 2 and more, and many na me monitor for now here for no nti operation people here say excavators too are now for no year man omo ebe park here o telekom council na je abedi abansem a wo say etumi di hwehwe ni ruanum ne omo a eye Galamsey no na normal Galamsey for chi omo a na mo dwane nti se wunya amo machine some dey adwuma mu ne board a eno machine run be yinani o yinani ma na watumi ehu ejuma nipa ye ejuma no ndema me gina so say machine dey I say move na ewo na me frɛ me regional minister o yes me for machine ma pretendi and say na ani on Wednesday na bobe 1:30 the move na me frɛ say me na me won kan at the time no yes, yeah, train low bed no. Yeah, go police for money. No me share excavator no so my copy mra. Yeah, benya low bed. Not the excavators no. Or they are cop secondly. Excavators na emi no. Nti movement no na be take time. Nti you call completion. NIB officer and a member of the committee omo and a copy machine so a you mo pack it or telekom kazo na when the police for buy a so after 6 o'clock police for nifiwo that they change na je na machine na enyo na me raise alarm say ready na machine ama papa ko say you machine nti yes go ta sem no na e ko buy no but go to say e ko ye say the word my word against the police for word nti my police for issue statement the excavators me me a suspect. I'm under investigation. Me special personal assistant. And one of that, we are subject of investigation about the missing excavators. But I welcome every investigation because when you say excavator same way there, I've not done anything wrong. Me hear me Juma as a chairman of ISEC. Me say a man for say so who's excavator over there or not information right there and from me. Now me wa no the excavator information na my police for because the got to illegal money side no. I want to share pictures. Hey, videos. If you see my police for say I have a bomb, I'm going to share excavators now. Wednesday no, and the past 6:30, and Lemble MP people organize about the very Jeffers one. Of them say, Chief, you want to excavator now? That's why it's a little bit suma airport. I'm so much now. Is my police station? We do police station on train. And I'm supposed to quite change to train home fee. And I'm not more. No, say, the excavator idea and a choir. I was saying evidence. And yes, I read the first one in the Navy. One was a cars were at the port. Wouldn't be as if that's good. Until we call it too much a quiet video of the excavator and then details number owner the move and the police for years almost me.
Honorable.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, inti CCR excavators no yenim sem yenu na police for Bakuna na Wamodeko. CCR manyam yenu ni na.
But as of now, me no kasa de information na me want to say Bakuna you want no.
Ti Bakuna tu ayira.
Me ni sayira. I was say to me excavator.
And up to I mean say I semi see me sure say di be na otwi mienu kra me boa.
Excavator in 31st August. I call 1st September and I
and I'm saying now otwi mienu mu because now you're 13.
But I
now otwi me and I still because excavator dey enkanti say dey bia obetim dey ahye bag man na okutoku mu.
Ade police for abomodin ehun ba kon. Dey say abo police for baso. When nam so police for chimi no eno na me say ende anka mugu aban hunfi. Say me na me ye madwuma. This na chimi be statement to club be kan ho say na ko high tax na high LED.
Yeah.
Na organize LED talks no.
Yeah.
So aban catch pe near one of this thing. That's it. The whole word that describe me say a talk leader. Me say I was say Ghana for it me. I can't do myself.
Enya de nso aye bibia sa.
Daddy. I was say it me no daddy. No be say.
No matimi di chopa bi di ama de no maka fa ho.
So far the police administration I don't can feel.
Eye ntwa to so hu se akohan amanfo ni sa ne man nanya no korebia.
Asema nyankasa maka kire wo amaisisi ano. Na no kwena wo na mama ka ache wotiefo no. Aso no wotiefo edi nkomo. Nti eni se mi di ntro akire wotiefo. Yes.
Okay.
Obi aban di tumi kaka hye misa. Se mi somfan me manfo elembele. Nti mintumi eni ntro on public radio about an issue abey national issues you know na maka kire.
That was quite unfortunate.
Just because I took a video, and the videos are there. Videos never are no mama. No. But my personal assistant also is a also can. Yeah, you see, excavator na ya na way change. Enemy driver. The personal assistant, enemy driver. I'm na talks now.
I see. Well, I'm sure, sir. Because the law is also not a respecter of persons, niti. I ain't ye, but me a short out here, no so I say, Anna.
Oh, me can say, some moment, I'm not about the law. But at the time, excavators say, I'm watching me 2 times. First, a chinech, you know, I want me district. And no, say, I was accused of false publication. the chronicle, some chronicle actually, me and me source into. Into almost Jimmy caution statement, and granting me self-cognizance base, and I'm a president, no, on only all money, it's not on the back, my dear chin. The best I'm missing that 7 co, into Mr. now, and my dear chin. The only catch a police officer, I am under self-cognizance base, please. There's only one for me, remember. Just invite me.
Second,
this year, or your banker say, it to me, I decided, and ordinary individuals, what is the applied?
Well, say no dear, and I'm a clear honum saying, because I'm Rano dear, Onim DC, Onim, say, we are to you fit attenting, Mranu, Dintian, Sabia said, as Tisabia DC, and Yam from Sobiana. Yeah, didn't fast aquam so the bit.
I'm not making no sense. Let me hear from Sobia.
Yeah.
Why am I so much? I just say I'm Robert Bia. Who could to out the bonnet. And a broad daylight around 7 o'clock. But this is here, and then you put it all. And we are a Conady, a junction, as in junction, be only my junction. A motor, there were a lot of people there. To show you more. There were so many people around. It was very humiliating.
Na minim se aboafo a wo ka ho amochi o mo say ye ma bail kra ye kenkan so mo mo bail ni ye ka ho enti CC police for say there in case no umejam ho so na still under investigation e bia court kra no mo court and ho so te saying
but you see there me dey am charge me kra for court.
Okay.
And me other phone. Also, charge you matter no. Assign common police bill. Make sure that the issue is an investigation. The only investigations now. No cry.
But the putting on catch is they say you discontinue with that particular investigation, you know. And for no son and they be caution you bomb coco be saying and not here.
But your police for a investigation.
Okay. Now, we in common, honorable, me share a Ghanaian Times story, no. Now, the second paragraph of a story, no, say, and I quote, or let me just read that one. It says, he noted that much as he attempted to ensure justice, his approach has, quote unquote, ruffled the corridors of power, admitting, I have stepped on toes. Say, Galamsey or Queen or Queen. Who shall say be a paper by a Jumano? Say, what could ye be no so? Church, had him say, Mummy.
But your name can say, the first arrest, the chairman, now me offense no false publication. The very first is news a big yard no. Chronicle at the Babontin say, Excavators never police for station. And I'm sure that the man casa media house, I mean, Casano Modoso, Chronicle pay and publish it from that angle. I mean, I can say, Excavators needs baby, and they say, please for a measure of my. I understand that publication, people thought say it was inaccurate. And I mean, I'm yes, it says, I'm not painful both. But that is not related to Galamsey issue. Galamsey, for me, no a crime. Nipa Galamsey, need particulars, need religious colors. Almost everybody is possible to obey Galamsey. Who could check Galamsey Nipa best no. Yeah, no, and yeah, I say the politics, and I say politicians, they will blow Musana, and yes, trying to buy intend to me in this one.
Enti and you say bia e binumu ehu se okay wo kutia Galamsey ho ma adwuma so onum say abonifo bia bia omo your district mu gomu na bia can about stepping on their toes.
No, and I'm actually no. Say publication. The first publication was that interpreted me and I'm say na Excavator now police. Do you statement that? Say I didn't hand over any Excavator to them, which is true because man can say you hand over Excavator to my police. They can't say next baby in the case of police formation. I think that would have made some people happy in the service. The whole I'm saying, I apologize for that.
All right. And that's in Finsiasi. I mean, come. All right. Ora kwesi bonzo elembele DC anope need 100.9 Ghana Montie dwumedie sunu sugoi Galamsey any excavators aira wo boana yehu excavators na wotu Galamsey ase ewo ne empeso aso honum say no ni mensni actually this how we de akwa no anope eno acheche mu ensem no se ne sitie na madwinche no bi o ha say na me gi making kind kakra NPP don't know does not have shame and still continue to lie through their teeth. That's one here from Ablari Fiekuma Zongo Takrade and or the free and or the buy Robbie Fashion the champs so say John Mahama and the NDC should know they can't decide for Ghanaians. They should stop their propaganda. Robbie Fashion or the buy. Gaishon Afeti says, who did President Akufo-Addo and Godfrey Dame said they should talk to Mahama. When you people turn the judiciary into your institution and you want us to stop talking, Gaishon Afeti and Odianobai. Nane Kriamwa Boatin Ablekuma Central. The Attorney General, Mr. Godfrey Dame, has said it all. John Mahama has seen defeat staring at him since come 2024. So he's preparing the minds of his followers by painting our learned justices black. That's one here from Nane Kriamwa Boating and Odianobai. I'm afraid from Awoshi, Kwabdamafo, you're too much. You really, you've made my day today. Okay. So for my dummy, the only way we can develop is education and digitalization. So let's all come together and assess the NCA and this same registration exercise. That's us of Miami, Domino the Free and the Buy. You see how you disgrace yourself, Attorney General. You think you even know that Mahama doesn't enjoy all the benefit he deserves. When you were political, TK, unsemino, insisi ye kakra. I mean, who so? The one crata no yen hwe de na do anim no nanka o pese so fire call we bi ani de ma che okay yo me sha ase de amefa de anko de obokrata no enhya ase na de anko de obokrata no krata fa to so mienu ho no na Ghana mampani dada John Dramani Mahama kasa wo ha no mu na we krampo no TV3 kasa mfoni fidie so na okokotena ya ene wo ma ayetoto na no wo ensemi hu na we no efa Galamsey nsem a etwaguo Aisha Huang de no ena Ghana mampani dada de ensam eto abrantie no animu no wo kire se ye hwese de Galamsey ese ye nsuo sem afa ye kwa ebretio nsem enne nioma pa etwa ye ho ahia nyina ni nyina no wo kire ne mpenso a no wote ade so se mampani de ma o my Ghana no opem ya mamu nsam de konkan ne ye mpuntuo sem konkan no woso otu anamo bi a kire se Ghana fo kra bonsam de ma ne yi papa ni nyina ne se ebra wo hunu se China fo mba bi be se empemunum 5k woma ba be mu wo my Ghana mu hanom na che se ene womo de efomagudi etu a ye namra kwan so yi na che se womo di dware ene womo de adore womo ho a te se de somro adware kraman no ene wo se wo hu ne sa no te da bi ngwafo we ma anya wada wan hwe ye omegu enu aso o mese ye nsuo sem womo be se ye nsa asesem o mese ye kwa ibretuo nsem enti ene entempa no a ene wo ne China aban no enti asepam bi ehwa na je so womo de plane every China mu na ene je say womo e de be say China money nyina de womo call back wo say ade a wo ye no Ghana for kra bonsam de man Ghana for enti na ya no ota ka say Ghana for yare refre kakra wo say ye kaye a sa na pension wo tu sa na mo no pa enti say bia ye say Aisha Huang e na China for maybe womo e di anyamna nsem etia ye mra na womo ebu ye mra so ye Galamsey wo mamu a e de pa na si kwan say e bia mampani na adodanko Akufo-Addo wona na pamfo won beti agina no won akasa e bia an ye be boss a China for no amoma ko back to won krom
was a man yadam for fair day and China for one temuno and Congo say bia was one so two sana mono and idea a san on Gofana down my Ghana and China for entem. It's when I was one to Twana more san woman could draw our question go so now one to me a yes idea Nina and a bit me abwa was so dear on 2 million on Chelsea a China mem na kokosha was so called one more Ghana ni baby and one more China for Becca say bia or for moment and John Bejana say go scot free there be. What value won this? They say, "Crobeti cases." The people say, Ghana for this should be edda in the fear. I want from Ghana for the China for the maybe. It is almost so bad number from Mra. I have me also almost so. There's just some Rani or Mubeka. Then you bet me up, Boami, and Mem some, and after your Mrapon, so it's imagine as soon as I can say, you bet Jaja, almost Sanya, and Yama Watras idea. And yet, just will be a free name about my gun, hand Mamrano. We will boost sa amaninano and Coco May Mrapono, and to me, and a moody, ever on my gun.
Before I become no way to you, now, Yenia Bakwem to Tia send a message. Now, and we no come about trim, but I just want to say something. Okay. OCFRO Eric, we a taxi driver, Hachu. Now, OCL and Belle excavators near Diho and Comono. Only baby, they see Hachu Atomic Road. This year, na. Na omo oshom de kwa na mse masa aba ye radio Eric
over kwesi ebia me say your friend na obeka ebi nso a na ne wo ka no nso ebetumi aye no kra e could be say
empathy oside hu say sa excavator oside hu ye
that was
tina make us
omo numbers registration numbers
yeah
ebi anu wo hu ye ntinu wo ka say omo number kro
na what the company be din crack ho na me pese me bodin na I mean
over kwesi bam say ba kono kra no a esi eho no edin a ewo ho no menim say din no na wo ka de a
ebi we ni o ka no
de ya ti no a esi police station no ye ho aba asem
edin be na ho
ba ko ya tro ho ye ebam se wo mu se baby afiri ba ye ne ya tro zoom lion wo
ma tro zoom lion
e wo machine no
nti does that mean say you zoom lion there
there be we are China free ba ye no enti menim say de wo ka se esi wo no so wo se ya tro ho se
o so ma tro zoom lion
ani ofa kwesi mo ma ye ntie no ebia na o ka no kre ebi nso a na oboa but ebia na o ka no kre because excavator no edibesi nnes wo ma hwehwe no wo western wonum nyina no wo mu hu a baby a wa kire se bia esi no
but then zoom lion brand I don't know what that's make okay o ma twere hu zoom lion no mienu pe ene wo Ghana hana
of a question
minim excavator but I'm just saying say fine so excavator ebia mienu pe ena yenim say wo Ghana ha ya twere hu zoom lion
of a question minim on say dano a wo mu ede ba kunu kosti police station wa western mene apia dankwa edi nkomo no bibisa ne say excavators no etisen ya tworo ho sen ene wo so ya tworo ho zoom lion
okay
na on to me
and you say it has nothing to do with
yes
zoom lion company no
good
but make excavator no fancy asenso bia so omtro
over kwesi onompo ekasi studio say o shantre ye no a ntre ye afia brochire baaye
okay
enya Ghana ha me fancy obi di paint ade akotro zoom lion ade egu ho
okay
what you say enti o kan say ya tro ho zoom lion enti menim set said ye won so kan ye nyina ye misabisa say zoom lion machine ye 2 pa na anasa excavator bia ya tro hu zoom lion anasa excavator ni bi wo hono mu a ya tro hu zoom lion ena zoom lion no e say 2 pen ba ye ekuna na ewo western no ekwa abepiem of akwesi o se esi he
I was in Hachu Honum.
Hachu. Emma, yeah, Juma.
Danoka. I see atomic coin or so.
Atomic.
Omudi Juma.
Meme dear, meme say bia na wahu number no.
Yeah.
Na adwuma welembele honum na bia. Wo matabiri dia baba besi atomic kwan no so bia yesi ade omde ye adwuma so beso mkata omachi.
Ebetumi apostle betumi nso
adie bia enya saa nete.
Yeah. Apostle betumi nso adie tire se aya asem esi aye nyina ye pe solution. Asem aba o maimu ni nyina age yensem. Enti apostle betumi etumu anamon akohwe se bia excavator no ayira no a enti enam so ma ya interdict police officer no se no na abepiem wa ha yi a ebi kura betumi anam so ma na adwuma wasa ensa kanade
need 100.9 Ghana MONTIE dwumadie su no asuogoe na say o mampanyin dada ni sika wagye Ex-gratia ne ho ne dan bills ni ne keka kan abronya DC di baba tu dwa ekasa ye say yes ye mani sika bebre o mampanyin dada John Mahama so akasa chirichiri say enya no kro oboa.
So you're a beneficiary of this system. In fact, the likes of Abronya DC quote some 15 million Ex-gratia that you were paid.
That's an absolute lie. He says in 2013, 14 million was paid into my ADB account. I have my 2013 bank statement. I'll let you look through and see if there's any 14 million payment. The only payment that was made to me by government, Accountant General, was my salary arrears of 230,000 cedis. That's all.
In 2013?
In 2013. I'll show you that bank statement.
No ex-gratia or...
No ex-gratia. I was paid 230,000 as salary arrears in 2013. I'll show it to you first. And later, if you want, we can call a group of you journalists. Of course, I don't want to publish my bank statement, but I can put it before you and you look through all the payments and see if there's a 14 million CD payment. I didn't receive any such payment. And he also says that I receive privileges and perks since I left office in 2017, worth 15 million CDs. That is absolutely untrue. I receive only my monthly pension, like President Kufuor, President Rawlings was receiving until he died. That's all I get. I pay the electricity bill for my house and my office. I pay the water bill for my house and my office. I live in my own accommodation, so the state does not pay me anything for accommodation. They haven't given me an office. I rent an office in East Cantonments. I pay the rent myself. I pay my own fuel. The state doesn't give me fuel. I pay my own domestic staff. I pay my own medical bills. I pay my own air tickets when I travel. You know, I'm traveling tonight. I bought those tickets myself, for myself and my wife. And so all those tickets, no ex-gratia. I was paid 230,000 as salary arrears in 2013. I'll show it to you first. And later, if you want, we can call a group of you journalists. Of course, I don't want to publish my bank statement, but I can put it before you and you look through all the payments and see if there's a 14 million CD payment. I didn't receive any such payment. And he also says that I receive privileges and perks since I left office in 2017, worth 15 million CDs. That is absolutely untrue. I receive only my monthly pension, like President Kufuor, President Rawlings was receiving until he died. That's all I get. I pay the electricity bill for my house and my office. I pay the water bill for my house and my office. I live in my own accommodation, so the state does not pay me anything for accommodation. They haven't given me an office. I rent an office in East Cantonments. I pay the rent myself. I pay my own fuel. The state doesn't give me fuel. I pay my own domestic staff. I pay my own medical bills. I pay my own air tickets when I travel. You know, I'm traveling tonight. I bought those tickets myself, for myself and my wife. And so all those things he said are rubbish. Yes, somebody gave him what we are entitled to. And probably they are doing it for President Kufuor, but they are not doing it for me.
So there was some arrangement as to what...
It was approved in Parliament. Normally when you leave, yes, they approve what should be done for you.
But you are not being...
It's not being done. It's not being done for me.
Why?
I don't get electricity, I don't get water, I don't get medical.
Why exactly?
Ghana Muntie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Oyasemu. Well, so man pinyi dada say accommodation yentua ni bibia ono ano tua ni electricity ni water minum yenu na so increment ya be ono so betua bi in fact was in a line cry sim registration cry why registration or yeah should stay your block on anyway but I'm just telling you because so okay sim registration was a one cry a block on I'm serious yeah block will be a okran can say a block or more in fact no man everybody go reach everybody in time obi abenyebi but nanado cry some block on the number say blocking on can say affecting nanado no so feeling TB and Kobe so offer Mama Rebecca obe friend na no manunko na Rebecca friend na ado then ka nana me benkuni nkruma no nti bra na bedidi obe friend na manunko
eye we o na edi kan register
obe friend na nko nti o friend na nko a o si benkuni nkruma no Ojo mpe benkuni nkruma
ope papa
nti ope den
you are saying you watch here
hey yasemo
asam na blood
akasima be edumi enu na nonkuna bo kwara se na edu so
abusuafo democrat mede ebe democrat ya friend say the insight na the insight the abacrat affair toso wote and what they Professor KWASI ni mfoni abetua and what say Galamsey to kwano aye kono ya de Aisha Huang kwasi wonom no ete said ya de pork na mobubo ntinim ye ntumi tese enkwasi agatre se sa wokwato se kramesi apata so a aye bisa se wan na man no susi wo Aisha Huang enipa wani wo mu ye aduma no you lie bad obua untumi mbreki no oya den sabo na se yase owo behunu mpuacha na ye kromani na akyere no enti wate wanum yi wosi wanum se poster keke kenkan no a wode aben no na hwe ensa etatai asanwa yechi enti de ye ya tina bo so Montu sa docket mra yankogba na seniem yansa ma nko ne krom ebi krasi yamfa ne nko gina court nkogba ne kwadu aye okwa etese obi a wogba ne hwene a o ka asam kire no a waka to boa okwa nhum ya hwe sa pepepe ne ye sa ntukwa we ya ne asawa aye oba kwesi ma bosume baako Shetre sam esansa tai na chi no oboa
mana no wakasa no
pasa KWASI ni
okay yanko amano suna ni honorable Samuel Okudito a black wa mrashe bejino ma ye north town ranking member foreign affairs committee mrashe bejum na ye ni nkomo honorable ye da se mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope
yo mesome da se
nempo mo
nyame adom pacha na we
yegusun kakranka. So, yakin so many of the stories in Udinwum, Aisha Huang. So, let me just start by Mimwisa se Mami, what is a yachin? Near the kind of sampan and echo. Is it say, yeah, wouldn't him say, or my had him saying, send an etia.
Yo, the kind of mention for you now. Aisha Huang, some way, no cranium, news, no. I was totally shocked because na yenyana ya James ya deporting na or China as we were told by the government in 2019 and it came as a huge surprise Sana Aisha Huang and some have said only local miners Nakasa almost over a year ago, the about 2 years ago, and all of that. And all the information to say your war, it's become very clear, sir. Aisha Huang assembly no, and yet Obia or active alone, on yet on Nkwana or active. Is not a lone wolf or active with the full backing of people in high places. Any kind investigations are made my year.
And your high places normally a Ghana for.
Oh yes, definitely.
Okay,
definitely high places in Ghana within Ghanaian institutions.
Okay,
because investigations are my year so far. No? The so-called deportation. Follow evidence about my interactions with deep throat sources. Any kind deportation now it was not properly done. Young escorting. Normally we would deport this high-profile suspect. Obia or a Galamsey Queen. Obia now will prosecute our filing knowledge prosecute. High profile. At the time no Bekaya civil society organizations, activists, Obia say, look, this lady is at the center of the destruction of our environment, of our river bodies. Yang Chinentum. So who decided to deport such a high profile target now? During the deportation, as I said, we inform the receiving countries. Name mine, sir, because we all know, sir, even the decision to stop the prosecution and to deport, it was a wrong decision. We all do not accept that. But that is spilled milk.
And but I didn't know you're wrong.
You're wrong because it should not have been done. It shows, sir, we are weak. It shows, sir, we don't have any respect for our laws. It shows, sir, you're discriminating. Because at that same time, no, now you're prosecuted Ghana for yeah, in prison. A bigger cases is a language in prison. And then a foreigner comes and then we take such a decision. And we hear the Osafuma for Kaya, the justification at the time said, now you're Pesica from China for Omo Maya loan because of our economic interest. Tikanti Nipa and yen say water bodies, yen say environment, who should the Galamsey, all those chemicals, what it has, the damage. And look, no amount of money in the world can ever, as it were, compensate for sovereignty, respect for your nation, your national image. The signal we sent by that decision was that anybody can come from anywhere, violate our laws, and say, if your government has some money, some chicken feed for Ghana, you will get away. You'll be allowed to get off the hook. It was a it's the most internationally disgraceful decision. Wouldn't say at that same time, Ghana, taking that decision. Tanzania, who called Tanzania? There was another Chinese baron, and also your friend of Young Finland. She was nicknamed the Tanzanian Ivory Queen. That government, the Tanzania government, or Attorney General, or delaying elephant tusks into the ivory from the elephant tusk. That's what she was illegally omukun elephant. Na omo sporty, and now they were smuggling the tusk. She was sentenced to 15 years. I mean, say no. She's still in Tanzanian jail.
Honorable, sorry to cut you, but this is not the first time maybe say Chinese for actually deported. And indeed, boss former President Mahama and right interview on TV3 can Ghana for said ono na breso na mo breso mo abam no kra no o deporto 5,000 Chinese Galamsey for me sure say for because the messages that are coming this morning so okay, well Argentina at that time no o man penny Mahama, why did he deport them? Argentina one prosecute
it is important to identify the distinction. We are talking about the kingpin, or more, the ringleaders. Because which ringleaders now, it is important to make an example of them, as Tanzania did. It is always important. Who can the group, the larger group, airport, the necessary documents and all of that. Some of them, they are not even sure what they are coming to do. They have been misled. They've been deceived. I know that it happens always. Even recently, Ghana for agents be early or more Dubai or the Gulf region. Those people normally they are rounded up. Now you are deported or munyana. But uchi, the leader, the mastermind. Onona what orchestrated the beer. What misleading. Do not say, oh, munyana mumbra. Yakoye juma bi yakoye operation bi. When you identify the leader and you arrest the leader, you need to have a separate treatment for that person. In China, the prosecution of Aisha Huang, it is critical. That has to be done. That is the distinction. As I say, differentiating between the leaders, the kingpins, the leaders. It's just like the Tanzania example I made it to John.
Okay.
Tanzania, there were other people, but they are just. We always talk about even in the drug trade, which barons now, you are able to then cut the source.
Okay.
And you deal with them. It's better than just looking for small users and pushers. And no, you are not dealing with the root cause. You are not really dealing with the problem. I think that is the distinction. We want to make and compare the leaders, the barons, the kingpins to Dodona or just they are down on the food chain. You can't do that comparison. That knowledge process quite now you're filing. It was unfortunate, and they said President Ankasa will admit he said it was a mistake. And this time, Andrew Awutieno at the bar conference, he is stating clearly, sir, he now backs the Attorney General to prosecute Aisha Huang, which raises, the suspicion that some of us have always had. And indeed, it's now even beyond suspicion because we've done certain checks within diplomatic circles. And there is no evidence that the Chinese ever appealed to us, Yema Aisha Huang, in lieu of loans or financial support. Those claims were really not founded. But I was also making the point about deportation now, the so-called deportation. I have my doubts whether Aisha Huang ever arrived in China. And indeed, only top Chinese sources within their government, they also have their doubts if Aisha Huang ended up in China. And you know why? Usha deportation protocols, Yabai and follow those protocols. Any kind, or more inform the Chinese government or more deportation before. The information went after, 2 days after, when they were not sure where Aisha Huang is. Number two, Omo deporting Aisha Huang, Omo escorting. An escort means Ode Obi Ebe Machino. Sanipano, or also monitano, tracking, or nona also in same to the final destination. And look, as ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, you are receiving all kinds of deported Ghanaians, and we see how they arrive. They are always escorted, and when they arrive, the deporting officials, they make sure that they hand them over to the relevant authorities here. That is not what happened in the case of Aisha Huang. Unim said there is no direct flight from Ghana to China. It is very possible, sir, even if she was put in some aircraft, we are hearing probably Ethiopian Airlines, almost transiting or Addis Ababa. It's very, very possible that Aisha Huang just, vanished somewhere in Addis Ababa. It's very, very possible.
And Ocha say protocol no. Say Ghana
were-
ni etrimwa didn't kudu China oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Look, over to me, LA, Ghana for a deported or from America recently. Ubekaya, they were in the news. Omoka say, Omo bisa American officials no price or mom with Diane or mom with Diane or mom with you. Because they were chained to the chest. They were not treated fairly. This is all team for better me go. There's news all over. Ghana for a deported or from America. They were escorted. They were accompanied. And in addition to that, who shared the other revelations that I am discovering? Omuku drew China Hono. She was not handed over fiscally to authorities. If you talk to the Chinese official, they'll tell you, say, Obia I'm from deportimo national. There was no such process. It didn't happen. No such information flow. No such intelligence sharing. Only even your embassy for you take it, say, Abiana, it was an oversight to send an escort, to have her escorted. How about your embassy staff? You tell them, say, deported as in the way. Into Monko Airport or come make sure, say, withdrew her and then help with the facilitation, handing her over to the relevant authorities. You can talk to anybody in the Chinese, the Ghanaian embassy in China. If you look at all the laid down procedures, the best standards, the protocol that govern deportation, it was not followed. The other question that maybe Sunny said, what were even the terms of deportation? Deportation, was it for 1 year? Say, want to remember Ghana within 1 year, not 2 years, and not 6 months. What were the terms? And if you talk to the Chinese officials, they can't tell you. Your embassy of Muoho, they can't tell you. Name the terms of that deportation. And this is very important because I have seen terms of deportation when people are deported to Ghana. They specify maybe 2 years, and 4 years, and 5 years. It be cried a life. Want to make and based on the secular, and based on that they are now and now if you were, prosecuted, the judgment of the court and all of that. When himself Obiti said Michael Susudis in the 1985, the famous 1985 Susudis affair, in that price swap course or no. The Americans made clear in that deportation agreement that on to me and call America biome, on to me and apply for US visa biome. Since 1985 up to now, almost 40 years, on call America, on to me call. It's Aisha Huang, the deportation. Was it just for a day, a week, a year? Was it permanent? What are the terms? It was just bundled. It was just a sham, really. And Yerkasas is saying, there is really no evidence that indeed Aisha Huang could drew China. When them said the Chinese officials, say that it's just 2 days after. And Omote said there has been some deportation. Look, this whole matter, all the way to
but I'm just even reading. I'm just reading here and online. Omampini said, "Who so Omampini Volta Regina, who based radio station New Mudin Common, and all the two just I quote. It says, I'm not still sure whether she was in fact deported or whether she fled the country the first time and has now come back. Into Omampini Kra said, Unim said, really as a country, whether a deported or not in deported.
Wow. Wow, this is explosive. This is explosive. This is shocking. And Omampeni Onona Oye, the chair of the National Security Council, who kind of Ghanaian constitution. Onona Oye, the chair of the National Security Council. If he doesn't know. And this confirms what my sources have been telling me within the Chinese establishment. There, a lot of the Chinese Bashina Koso, KWASI Aisha Huang or your spy, Chinese government or Sumano, say river bodies, say cocoa, say environment. They expect us our laws to work, and they always cite Tanzania. Usually, a young Finland, the Ivory Queen, 15 years, they are still doing business with China. It hasn't affected their cordial relations because they know that every nation has bad nuts. There are always bad nuts who try to destroy your name. And it is for us as a country, a sovereign country, to deal with such elements. And the latest news from the president, it's really confirming all these things because deportation, there are protocols. China for now indeed a deportation is going on. There was no escort, there was no fiscal handing over to Chinese authorities. Look, it's bizarre. I have insisted, sir, let's have a full-scale national inquiry. The same way, it needs a national inquiry because a hydra-headed Ominia deportation is a whole scandal on its own. Was she really deported? We cannot be sure. Now, even the commander-in-chief, the president of the republic, is not sure. Then, number two, how did she come back in if she even went out anyway? Then, Ghana card. How did she obtain the Ghana card? Then, all the people within the system are more protecting her. That confidence, that bravado to be acting with impunity. Who are those people? Who are her collaborators? In this matter, the narrow prosecution will not deal with all of, because we need to unravel this mystery so that we will be safe. At this point, we are on high alert for a possible terrorist attack. All our neighbors have been attacked. And if it is one lady can just make a mess of our entire national security apparatus, I just said we are not safe. So we need a national, full-scale, independent inquiry into this matter. And if Abai initiate the inquiry, we in Parliament, the NDC caucus in Parliament, we have discussed it. When the House resumes from the break, one of the first things that is to file a motion for a parliamentary inquiry into this Aisha Huang.
Beside the prosecution attorney general, you just want to say there should be an inquiry into it.
No, who said prosecution? I know it has a narrow objective. Who prosecute you be the crimes are why and the punishment that should follow. If the court agree with you, with default, then there will be the various sanctions that the court will pronounce. It's a very narrow, it's just one side of the puzzle. But such prosecution, it will not help us identify all the circumstances. Was she really deported and we were deceived? Who was engaged in that national deception? President Kra Onyasho. Then the matter relating to how she has been operating, how she managed to get all these people in high places compromised. There is talk of a sex video and all of that. She's blackmailing big men with sex videos. She has set up a whole syndicate like a mafioso. Obia Esrono. We have to get into that and identify who are those people for our own collective safety and stability. And no, prosecution now, Air Course will not bring those things out. It will not. The prosecution has a narrow objective, but a probe will have a broad scope. A wire to really unravel this whole Aisha Huang mystery. Who are her collaborators? How did she even get into Ghana in the first place? Who are those in her syndicate, in her ring? And how is she able to operate, get a Ghana card, beat our immigration system, beat the national security apparatus, when even there's a claim, say, you're deporting, there is really no escort. It was just a pretentious deportation. We must know. We must get to the bottom of all these things.
Okay. All right. Honorable, before I back on, I'm saying somewhere last week, you were also in the news. Nina, Efa, aye, Omampini, William Shane, and who answers, wouldn't say me the two just say, who say Omampini, no, the presidential jet, I could France. Why and what they William Shane could France. As at the time, I know Omampini, so to and in Netherlands, ni France, Hornum saying, Ubisa and Sansemono, the director of communication at the presidency, Rayu Jinahin, Eddie, MYB Eddie by. I'm sure so whom whining and someone now Rayu Jinin Ahin Eka. Dear now Kafa Sasemi.
Yo, me that's it.
The best station in the country.
Me who message in Ahin response now or the buyer. Now a clear say statements na me de two journal. All those statements have been confirmed. DJ Ahin or confirm yes sir. No credit be a presidential jet no any Ghana na our France or Ubekaya in my statement I revealed say jet no act of France. Now government must tell us what it is doing in France and who is using the jet in France. That has been confirmed. It is since I started this expose almost 2 years now. Not one of the things that I put out has been discredited. It's always me tracking now. It's been 100% success. Number two, the point that I also made, Mr. The president who took coin act of France and Netherlands, and I jet so presidential jet air cohort. Identify young TV and protecting the public purse and synchronizing the trip because OSHA tracking now you know jet no every Ghana 30th president every third the same week. It couldn't we have synchronized? And then number three, which is even more critical, more cardinal, and you say, Ubekaya, the defense that has always been mounted by Eugene Ahin and our government officials, and they say, presidential jet has been declared no longer fit for direct flights to Europe. Now, among president, every year, stopovers. Now, COVID is not safe. Defense Minister Super Parliament tried to give that defense, including President on to me and Judiciary or the presidential jet doesn't have all those features and all of that. That's what made this whole matter become known as the Skybath scandal. But latest tracking the 30th August tracking. What is revealing and it says Sana presidential jet a bit to me to coin direct from Accra to France. 6 hours 24 minutes non-stop. And all of what we were told earlier, they were not being truthful to the Ghanaian people. It was just a bunch of falsehoods. It's been confirmed, say, your presidential jet, as we were told in 2008 when we were buying it, we shared the parliamentary records. It is true that it is a long-haul aircraft. I bet to make it to 9 hours non-stop before you refuel. All the latest claims just to justify the president's pension for ultra-luxury jets, 20,000 euros an hour. There were no basis for those lies that were put out. That development is significant. This direct flight from Accra to Paris, 6 hours, 24 minutes, non-stop. It was direct. It tells you that all those excuses that they have been making, there is really no justification for them. I come back to the substantive issue, which is the fact that yen protected the public purse. Your presidential jet, yen use it. It's now clear that presidential jet, BBR and jet, it is safe. It can fly direct to Europe. The Canada say so far over 34 million Ghana citizens say on these European destinations, France, Germany, UK, Belgium, on chartered jets, 20,000 euros an hour. We could have saved that money, and the current economic crisis would have been averted if the president had listened to us when we were raising this more than a year ago.
I see. All right. And the Chiebes ending won't be. I mean, sharp on a pay. Honorable Samuel Okudita Blackwa, Mrasabejino Jamai North Tone, was Sansi, a ranking member, Foreign Affairs Committee on the pay no near Dean Common. Now, a brass to set me penny for Matna say, now, Meba Bemo Makwaba, na Yashem Common, as Richard Manoribi, a member of the communication team of the NDC, Solomon Asante of NPP communication team, and Samuel Ayikwe LPG Central Regional Training. And okay, and paying for our transfer studio in Manam see and meba na yedin ko.
Ghana Muntie na mansanya so adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Adwin chene bin so hanam saying ewo ye WhatsApp no so menkin kan bi kakra na memra na yanko in blueprint writing from Esikado Ketan says the president has hit the nail right in the head by saying that some people have it in their political agenda to disgrace systematically the image of the judiciary for their own selfish parochial interests. That's a blueprint in other way at the bio. Penny 80 Ewo Kaswa. As the incorruptible Nana Akufo-Addo, the president has made it clear Aisha Huang and all those helping her break the laws of this country will be prosecuted. She can go ahead and leak the alleged sex tape. Who cares? All right, let me move on to this one. I like the pace with which President Mahama has responded to NPP's lies. We know that the NPP intentionally used people of low class to propagate unthinkable lies, believing that Mahama won't respond because they are nobodies. That's our Tay, Eddie Free Finland, not a buyer. Teacher Kujo Tepa Anyine Susu says NDC as a political party thrives on propaganda to win the hearts of its supporters. A party that was born out of violence and intimidation. We are not even in election year, and yet they are claiming victory just to prepare the minds of their supporters. That is one here from teacher Kuju. Musa Batwa, Edifi Aswase, and Odiwe or say His Excellency. Former President John Mahama is very peaceful and intelligent personality, and he has every right to speak, especially when something wrong is happening in the society or in the country. That's one here from Musa Abatwa and Odiwe Edebai. SIM registration. Eslausu Ekufo said Ghanaians are stubborn, so her best she could offer Ghanaians is to punish them. All right. Alai Baba, the free Medina, NOD, Ebaye. Ex-President John Mahama should be circumspect with his needless attacks on the judicial service. Nobody is about the loss of the land. Yao Osankidi, Edi Free Taifa, NOD, Ebaye. Menzgold customers shouldn't worry themselves. President Nana has been president of Ghana for almost 6 years. If he wanted to do something to help them, he could have done it before his second term. That's one here from JJ, future MP, KK constituency, NOD free, NOD, and so Edbay. Cindy B. Efri Kaswa. Or say, what at all does the NDC member, the NDC party and former President John Mahama take Ghanaians for? The party doesn't have any policy or program to lead this country again. Cindy B. And all the way by need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Suno Asiogwe na painful atranse. Ye din komoane sa no pay studio no saying Richard Manoribi atnase. Sanso ena Solomon Asante atnase ena Samuel Ayikwe enso atnase anope empenifoe wa hadam say me boo.
adawuro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Solomon, akwaba.
Enyu masagosi.
Na empomo e.
Ejana dom ne mompa ebo.
Ekoso.
Na wochwe no yasan hyase bi.
Ben den.
Ya da waso ne information. Odiama anope. Se na de bia oye no no. De bia mekoso mada. Nyame ase for your life. Anope bia utumi mayenya education on national issues and issues bordering minor ye chichere no.
Nice.
Rich sources.
Nice one.
BTCL embeledia ya no pay ni other ones be ametiti no. Say emma se bio atise mo ne ni amanfo bosire mu kan ni because you get it from the source. Na ama bibia ye dey set o man pay dia boy ya no pay say oh that sort of that's it. Yeah. So for the good work you're doing for Ghana, mother Ghana no, I would say Yanko Bonshira. On to Ngwanda.
Bless you. Kami?
Prof.
LPG, any mom to say?
Yanko Pado me Empire.
Moguso.
I'm saying, Nebra Solomon, the Shrine in Ama. Yes, the idea peace. And Quatintin, so young Fanka home. Amen. Na, unto me, and Tenassi. To say, and so, they be do parliamenta. Yaka say, and your prof and Kaye do the Yamin to Unquadim.
Amen.
Na Yare a manipa bubugu form no, a be encounter Bushiada.
Amen.
Na untumi Maya Quenya say the Biana into Metre dreamer or my Ghana.
Amen.
Na Minchia o Tima Onyomuye Juma, Mobwe Jumane Pa, me Benina, na me share social media, na me follow. Nti Omusu Niwa. Okay, be a car meeting no see the radio say coming to me follow up. Almost on your shop, non shop, almost my
yes. Richard,
darling boy.
Send we see Ajiji demo idea. Koye pa.
Darling boy, my hot. My issue.
I didn't know Aishi.
Also Yari,
Christ has to drink out.
A being council. But she know why she know are they?
Come and do me.
Come do.
What's that going?
Come do baby.
Obi ano pe mi na kodi dokunu no. Emi enu nya na ebe aye o. Emi enu nya na ebe aye. Ye kodi dokunu junction na beka junction.
Me draw okra no mo die wi ntimi na me to nsuo no.
So didi.
Me ni na ebe aye, me ni no, chese, me ni the CV ba beka ye twa akwan ni mu e di ba.
But be a come for bi no kan wan say.
Okay. In fact, you have a point. Me di o ka kire me nsa na e koto dokunu no say, o say ne ho because last week I didn't na wamba. And o say ne ho na ne ho fa no. And I'm so okay. Any emped doctor be near. Any emped doctor be there. After the other better answer cover them.
And what can I say, man?
Me did not join you. So, but my I transfer be since weekend. You have said I ate only once for the past 3 days, and I'm being honest with you. Until
oh, you're fasting.
Fasting. I can't afford.
Basolo.
Me see you are doctor na wa junction here. Mo abeka junction.
What did you go do, doctor?
Any chairman so kasa no tonsu. Oso no tonsu.
Me do no me dey wi.
Samulamba. Odi agbara.
Ya titi.
Ani we dey no pay. Ani dey no pay ala.
Odi wi e be sa. Wi e be sa.
Ma ko to bia ma di bia.
No say we full ade. We rooming night.
Na bi yenti na say anapa dey.
No, where the first way no say
no, you need evidence. This time you need to be
Akpalu atme partner na dey dan kwa.
Pacho, here ni sama mama. But here ni sama mama.
Sina me dey let me so proud you say.
No.
Left right ahead. What is Samna?
And then ready. And ready.
Who said me said that I'm far? But mommy shall see if you so Richard. I mean, there was this story here. Now, you may catch a producer across a story we don't see as well. Past government has failed us, but you are different. Thank you. OT chiefs tell Ekufuado? And because you're from OT region, Entina Mibusa Richie Mibusa Asasemi say Nananum I am from Penfua or OT region. So Mudo Mampenin and Ado Danko Ekufuado and said Mampenin for Almababa Sinkono, Umudio Muhammo, but one no dear, where Shrunkun into Modanasi. I'm sure you've seen this story.
Darling boy, my for a video
for Joseph.
Nah, I mean, in Siaka free or Mampini, that John Dramani Mahama, Nasway, Eddie Magana for you now. Me chair the good people of Tirigena, also me few on tea. All the 9 constituencies I want Tirigena, me chair will be a non quanta south or so. Darling boy, Osha story now kind and a knock panja the feet. And Andra or Mampini, and to be obey Mampini da Dano. Echo Otirigen. Anna Oko Yana Oshia Nanak Panja the feet. Anna Jas come for Bwim, that's Bwim constituency.
Okay.
And Osha no money on your modern combo. And your Oti chiefs. But okay story now, I think say this the caption na capture story ni. Na Nana Eka the creation of Oti region as a new region. Now, about you say, time now, or Mampeni John Dramani Mahama, Equa Probo 2016. Okay, say, Yamia Dom, na yeba power, built in 2016. Yeba creating 6 new regions at the account. And now, they don't quite for the so quiet or promises on so created 2 new regions. I can't. But Yamia Dom, Nana don't quite for the buyer. You call referendum. Now, we share referendum on Ukraine and this before us supported the creation of Oti region. Yen Satam Mampeni John Dramani Mahama endorse the creation of the region. Krano actually lead the campaign ni bi krama yen 2 years and no be. Anti ni okan dey idea yen nyina edim say Oti region okan obem say half more than half a century ni yen na mu nyina na yen nyina ye prese yen to mean creative region Oti region because yes yen won say baby edru no baby and case you hear region I didn't put to Juma Subeba. But not done for both political parties supported. It was a collaborative effort. Let me a boma creative region. No. Then also kind about agriculture say MPP bar power the agriculture has doubled. The growth of agriculture has doubled. Now you him say and the Mampeni John Dramani Mama before Krana be free power no. You jai over 200 million Canadian dollar towards a young fire planting for food and jobs, which you are aware. I mean, the cash item got Mampeni John Dramani Mama Basupa. They starting in agriculture sector and expanding the agriculture sector. Now, Umshana agreed to GDP. It was more than 5%. Agreed to GDP and contributed to our GDP. And also the fishing industry. Now it was creating almost 200. It was creating close to $2 million jobs. Direct and indirect jobs, and it was contributing about $250 million US per annum. And then I mean, say it has gone negative. I mean, you can say now can free education. So say not done for that. Kenya not done for don't here. And can collaborate then Kenya and cause free education. And no credit. Not done for the buyer no. Obey free education. Mampeni John Dramani Mama started you know. Let's say started progressive free education. In a progressive free education, you see 200 communities in high school. Now that's what we're doing. And that started subsidy of the students. Now they go for buy so no should be twice. So which educational sector, everybody has contributed to it. And Kenya request and Kenya not go for those ankola bebre school. But it's good say free education are benefited, but the successful governments actually contributed to that. And now I also talk about single digit inflation. Now darling, what you can say?
Now, dear Sam, now okay, because what kind of story now? First of all, can Ubo Dean be seen a knock panja said,
Nana Panja,
me who Nana Panja be our harm say, near me who yet Nana Asabri Amankwetia the second, where Muhini of KJB traditional area. But according to story, no, speaking on behalf of the chiefs at KJB on Thursday, 8 September 2022, Nana Asabri Amankwetia the second. Muhini of KJB traditional area said the NPP government had indeed walked the talk and made good on its pledges. Speaking on behalf of the chiefs at KJB, Nana Sabri and Wakaseo said that the NPP government, oh no, I'm just repeating the same thing. So he said, thank you for fulfilling your promises to us. In the past, we've heard many promises about government coming to fix our roads and bring us other developments, but they never happened. But your government is different. I was there at Jasikan in December 2019 when you and Vice President Bawumia cut the sword for work to begin on this road. And today, I'm here again for the commissioning. You and your government have kept your word and fulfilled your promises. You've shown once again that we only get development when NPP is in power.
Yeah, so that is the Jasikan, that's the KJB chief. But what kind of story? No, so I was Jasikan, Jasikan chief. But KJB actually I didn't read that story. So I was responding to the Jasikan one and MONTIE. But even the KJB chief Kai or can acquire ever from Jasikan the purpose of Jasikan route. And say yes, I know hydro for no more complete project. No. But you see, the fact of the matter is, who should that road now over there the last now? Me, our school in Jasikan, because we National High School. Okay? From Nkwanta, Pepesu to Jasikan road to Okanta. That road was one of the terrible roads. Yeah, on my penny John Dramani, my share. But when penny John Dramani, my head's aquano. If you also before now, every power no, not Jasikan, never KJB Jasikan hono. Now contract and so was site. And on mobile complete here. Roll that su from Jasikan to Hogway. And to share that stretch of road in Ukraine, or be away major of the road in Ukraine. Mampani John Dramani Mahama, yeah. So I think we should the chief. I'm not disputing the fact. More on that. Mampani is what me here. What me is Aquan. When Okano, it is Okanta. Okanta to Jasikan on we is Aquano. That's a short distance road.
Okay.
Which is the major of the road now. Mampani John Dramani Mahama. I'm not doing equalization, but I think to be fair, say. I saw the former president, the massive development of a year with KJB Ho, and Sana, what do you honestly do? Everybody has played a role.
Okay.
But Madam Ampenasi, it is good, he does that. But I want to, me say for ni Neomusuka story, the major of the road now that area. No, Mampani John Dramani Mama did 95% of it. Now them complete only 5% of it. Or person credit.
Solomon, Mr. Richard, they say, do you disapprove of some of the things in your Canada?
Yes, disapproval as such, but some of the things no canon because this is their usual rhetoric. Say, a true that's the good thing. Or Casano, the money, and plenty for food and job. John Mahama, ne fine focus. In fact, the fact is, Oko Manjoy online. This is a year. September 11th, 2021. Na Yera John Mahama, can say planting for food and jobs was my idea. Baby, I'm passing my rebuttal and say, Richard, in case monon, or Chile BB say, Mampeni John Mahama, Mampeni John Mahama, pe Sikadi to one. Adia Muye Beusi, why we Sikani in Amaka Dumpi. Na a Fede Coban is an OJ 200, your friends, 200 million, whatever it is, for planting for food and jobs. In fact, according to Yera John Dramani Mahama, I'm not going to say number it is. So, my joy online 11th September 2021. Or saying, when, thank you. Speaking to, according to him, he started the program and his opponents, the MPP, came in and changed the name to your friends, Planting for Food and Job, and are taking credit for it. Also, speaking at Doma in the Bono region on Wednesday during his thank you talk, that's in 2021, Mr. Mahama said specifically that before this government came in, we had an arrangement with Canada, just as your friend Emmanuel Rubicans is here. Also, they were giving us fund. It didn't say they gave us fund. They were giving us funding for agriculture. Because they had realized that it was the sector creating more jobs. They were giving us funds. So I just want to distinct between what he said and what is officially reported from Yera John Dramani Mahama Numu my joy online on September 2021. Now we are on one Yera John Dramani Mahama it hasn't come to pass, and that I want to make it clear. Also, when they came into office, they named it Planting for Food and Jobs. It was originally a program that we were working on. They just came and continued it. He then said the Planting for Food and Job initiative has failed and that there is going to be shortage in food there's going to be the food shortage in the country next year. Planting for Food and Jobs has failed. There will be famine. There will be famine in Ghana next year. So September 11th, 2021 to now, I make us exactly a year. Because and then 13th, and on the 11th. Or see by next year, by officers, famine by me we are yet to see and experience famine be abba. So this goes to say, this goes to point the fact out say Yera John Dramani Mahama na se mo kan last year no gina simpiesu Bono region and all kind sebi na otun futrogu timamufu ani so eye domafo last year Yera Mahama during his thank you talk obe gina ho doma obe kan sansem we say afise say eye September 11, 2021 no gina no kasan enter na afise afia ye wo mu na sebi ankasa confite BSc wo mamu ye nyina eti o mamu September 2022 1 year down the line convenience here etina make come assembly say ye papa John Dramani Mahama o shiawo no say good morning answer no beje so no esu peja uti hwe soro answer because ebia na nye morning ebia na esum na edu no chia morning because onu ani kasem no say ade na ye ne politics onu ne ntiase ne say utwa ntro kakra no edi waka no kware kakra at a point at a point all catch o sa asem no say good morning no na was u bisa ho say I no kware ni nie and say atro party enie
I don't know somewhere so who do want better sound come tell na okay me too yeah
prof on say your school no na your way sports be baton say udwane na o de ama way no atwaso wonim say de bia no
na no man panyi dada Mahama kwade emfato
wonim say de bia no
ya baton ya
wonim say de bia ya ye sha ase no
really
ye sha ase no say kwa ade obe finish no ye ko school no na ye peja no e ko soro ne etutu no ase ye de anya hwe
etu de ye ne peja
ye ne sha ase ye de sha ase ne ya ba ne wo de be wini ese ye ko school no mo no de wini ye de cross the line it no ne e bonus so say ye sana sa two parties we politics akwakoye e ka wo ka say at least who president ono so ochine bi okotena ba bi ne ye ka former president there because me so me bi me metumi aliste ne ama bebra former president why you region but one thing about politics me ko contest Aguna East bridge bi say o more than 20 something years almost say omo there had two parties so obi anye and I me digi me ko construct here na me feel say me dem na me ko akoye campaign me fi say me dru on be peja me o say ye me dru o kasa we o mo say honorable ne krakra me say o me na me ye bridge o say na say ye ni ka ye the bridge ye den so sometimes no e bia o be fi say wo ye bibie hia ma o man for no but o mo hia asem na o mo hia de ankasa e sure o mo say obi ye mo e be ye o mo fe no e wo ho so the fact say when to me anye no na sa ban fufuro we akwa at least praises ne o say the man say at least governance is continuations into abana no so to aswa that's all
that is what we have to do no but that is not it talking on a particular issue figure 200 we have one was that
you are not behaving well. Because
I will not buy the KK for you again.
Also, my company said we were. I'm telling you, sir, we're able to secure grant. Yeah, secure grant at all. And I'm buy.
No. He didn't state that. He didn't state that.
Penny stated category.
My Penny didn't state it in his speech.
Mama, I'm for we see.
My Penny didn't say that. My Penny dada ankasa.
Ghana Muntie na mansanya so. Adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Empamcho yanko enim Solomon na yi enkomo aye ba bedie Daily Graphic de enim horum say stop attacks on judiciary. President Omampenyin Nana Danko Akufo-Addo say President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo has asked the citizenry to disregard persons who make disparaging remarks against the judiciary and the Electoral Commission for selfish and partisan reasons. Omampenyin Nana Danko Akufo-Addo no waka say ediche o man emano say will be obeka say tia judiciary no na electoral commission no say nipa no mpe o man ni yemongu ma yemfa nya asem na san komo ya so about speaking against the judiciary in the account. Attorney General and Minister for Justice at the bar conference at Nsembi Edi Atuja yenti eneno omampanyi dada John Mahama enso akasa fa ho na yemra na yemese nkomo na se
Judiciary has shown consistently that it is the last line of defense for our country. It was thus with great dismay and embarrassment that I heard a person who has occupied the highest office of state, former President John Mahama, recently launched an unwarranted attack on the integrity of Ghana's judiciary. And I observed that this was really the latest installment of systematic and caustic attacks on our court by the former president, albeit unjustified. And I'm compelled to comment on same in this address because they border on the security of the state and constitute a deliberate pattern of conduct aimed at undermining the independence of the judiciary, an arm of government whose autonomy is crucial to its proper functioning. Such conduct is clearly deplorable, coming from one who has occupied the highest office of president and aspires again to that office. I must, however, commend the former president for one thing: his contribution to a debate on the need for constitutional reform. His views on the need to amend Article 71 on the payment of emoluments to certain office holders are of interest to me. Never mind the fact that he has been enjoying those same facilities and privileges for over 20 years and continues to enjoy them.
Attorney General, ora Godfred, boa damina out say wakasa or na se me bono tofa say and someone and saying what is on penyi dada John Mahama eka edify judiciary for no de entwe na nka obi anka wa ya man penyi dada de watena ye Ghana ekonya kwasi esui enka wakasa dia say otimi hu se ne obesi ko otimi kan sem bo nyina edify judiciary no a na tese odi oni twitwi form na tese o ma manfo no tankuru akura na opio makwa akotum na o man penyi dada John Mahama say I
was making a call to action that we should do something to change that perception. Why can that be imprudent? I didn't put the judiciary where it is.
Says haven't occupied
the last
office.
The last Afro-Barometer. No, so if you occupy a high office of the land, you shouldn't speak the truth. Is that what it means? Do we believe that if we go to the courts, we'll get justice? We hear every day, instances of perverted justice and all that. And recently, the Chief Justice himself, in a statement read for him by Justice Doche, raised some of these same issues himself. And I will applaud him for it because I had said in my statement that I had lost faith in the current leadership to be able to do anything about reforming it. And I hope that a new Chief Justice will do that. But since then, he's made this statement that Justice Doche did, and I saw some positive jewels in it, that he was calling judges, to dispense justice freely and fairly, transparently, so that people will feel, that confidence to go to the judiciary, because the judiciary is the last arbiter. We can disagree, we can have quarrels in parliament and everything. Eventually, when we are unable to agree, we all go to the justice system. And we must, have confidence that it will do so fairly and it will do so according to the law and in the public interest. That's all I'll say.
So, I'm paying that John Mahama, I'll say, 90, and paying for say, ye didi na yankasa, and chinsu, any dianusa America, and why am I paying that inti said no credit or none, near maybe cost your man, I say, Chia, Monka, Nyoka, and I said, and for see dear Ben Crown or kind. I say Afro-Barometer, MONTIE say no more because Judiciary for near cost near maybe Horma in Chay in the account. Ghana for now crash your margin, Afro-Barometer for you, I'm going to Jamu here. And you was a Judiciary no one transy no more near me, no account was a monka, or your man Pinida than Timoncaza. MONTIE. Manoribe.
Darling boy.
Judiciary. Man Pinida, man Pini Akasa. Attorney General so akasa.
Near Omampeni Kayano. Near Attorney General Kayano. I think say in somehow Omampeni that John Dramani Mahama Kayano. Some no muko bribe into no mantini. Because no, if you have taken their time.
Don't do that.
No, I'm listening. If you have taken their time to listen.
Why do you do
No, but why will this personal attack? I can say they have personal hatred for Mampeni John Dramani Mahama. Whether they like it or not, he'll become a president.
I say the thing, but you don't.
No,
have
but
to
what I say what can you know? As some Bonnie Bena, Mampeni John Dramani Mahama Kaya, it has become who said they just want to take credit. I'm a Ghana for you now. Say Mampeni John Dramani Mahama. Look, I've already been telling you, darling boy, you call be what believing in democracy. Mampeni John Dramani Mahama. You call be what be democracy mukina. It's Mampeni John Dramani Mahama. And you call be when nim among boni atintini mo asem kwa when new lawyer ni kwa na what believe in the judicial system. Mampeni John Dramani Mahama.
So before you say things like that, comments like that undermines the institution.
Which comments? Comment by asema yeti okrom ha ne say. Ye okrom ha. And one of the flag bearers, Spanish flag bearer, Honorable Canada Japan, had to 2 years before, and he called them some names. One to be an you okrom ha and the MPP foot soldiers. A call judicial service, a court, judge about pin for a pound of own court. One to be an
now, Montie 3.
What happened? They were jailed, they were convicted. Under Mampeni John Dramani Mahama. You were Kromha, Anna, the National Security Minister. Ever said judgment and I call court. People are not losing confidence in the judicial service. Among the breakers said, yeah, baby, I don't know. Young now say you cry me new because auditor general report by and crown. They know who ye. Say I judge for talkers don't go me. So people has put the impression about judicial and the Mampeni John Dramani Mahama, elected government of the day, and the chief justice said, near question. Minya, darling boy, me Kromha, and a lawyer before Kuma say petition, chief justice said, Canada Kwasua, alleged result, what you bribe be Kromha. You saw allegations now in some years now. Judicial service and say a commander and a former president who has served as a chief national security chairman of national security before, who has been a cabinet minister before, who has been a ranking member before, who has served in ECOWAS parliament and Pan-African parliament, even in Ghanaian parliament. Actually, I say baby, I do know. I say judicial service. This is an advice. This is idea why I elected the judicial service. They should wake up and do a review. No, one you be what Ghana Constitution say. One you be what believe in democracy say there. Must say, hey, Mampeni aye delegative statement. And Kofona Omuka I say no Omukano. Why didn't you look at it? I believe say none of them for the say of believing in the Ghanaian democracy or the President of the Republic of Ghana or Jesus Obaba said democracy mukina. I say share because me can see. Ukwa among for the breakers say who are seven of the police station now uniska uniasem. They say, Parliament, a lot of people are having doubt in the legislature. And then you say, Martin, I mean, you say, Mampeni, Mampena, a low mission of corruption, an entrepreneur of corruption, a manager of corruption. Into what you are proud of that. A process here, or be so called the presidency, they say, Chronoboni, no man for Ekakamwasema, or be quiet corruption risk assessment, or the results in the Bayano. Our only faith, our only hope, I want is the judicial service. And judicial service, so a man for the pinpointed judicial service, a man for the cancer man, and so be judicial, Mimiti, then meeting me new confidence in the judicial service. Not me was some me found called judicial service. Do you know what will happen? It would jeopardize the democracy we are all enjoying. So I think the Mampeni John Dramani Mahama has spoke the truth. This is the hard truth. And to me, dear, and can send your Mampeni Science and can you no? And the Council of Elders, Moon Chief Justice. Then just near course of chromosome and year review. Bibi ama at least some standardization now some Bibi say now amount for say the confidence is back again. It is not easy to lose confidence. And you are talking about electoral commissioner. I said, I mean, okay. Who's electoral commissioner? The way a manner or the electoral commissioner back to beat the agenda. The electoral commission no more to come how you know and mayanka. Why would electoral commission be a wire party member than Jane Mensah? Haven't you seen Jane Mensah being too political in this country? Haven't you seen Jane Mensah is under his leadership? It's a different electoral commission of sin. Darling boy, we are who electoral commission. You have seen chairman, the former electoral commission before Charlotte say. Have you seen and there? You mean in the electoral commission and Mubu Okrumah? You see the military and the security people are guiding him. And then then why Okrumah and Kosura he moved with those heavy security because the woman he's beating agenda on another for the MPP. And he challenged say, baby, you do 1 year Juma as electoral commissioner. So here Juma as electoral commissioner, all of us will support him. Look at 2020 elections. Who be say MPP ni off sin power. Or better say Mampeni John Dramani Mahama won that election hands down. Everybody know. You go to the polling station. It is there. Who could be here? You want to John Dramani Mama. But Mammy at Mata change your bano. Change your American court because you want to find her way in. So that is where I've gotten to. Institutions and there's not trust in the institutions. So Mampeni be Mampeni that Daswa on him say in the next 26 months, was a president of the Republic of Ghana. No, will want to put in the structures that they put good measures, the structures work well. Then you a very solid and robust democracy. Then we'll make Ghana great. So I don't see anything wrong about that.
Me that's Richard Manoribe. Mamimra Samuel Aikui LPG Sumre Nemintie no Judiciary in Komoy. Sorry.
Me that's Prof Mechia Etiefo nyina na me sembi say no me no baby a me ne omampani ya adwen so be review constitution say dia Mr. Odami eso ekaye say ehode one ne ya adwen no I think say no ye better because uhwemu a there is no way, I am repeating, there is no way MPP beba power omweni beji NDC appointment. There is no way NDC should be the same. Yet Ghana ha Emma electoral commission asemo okay. In the days of NPP, they also had issue with Charlotte Osei. Eti again stopping and say about many constitution, not those bodies now. You nim say kuto mine. They will be independent on their own. Government be more budget keke. Na dia ka no mo appoint your more crofire your edwuma. Anya sa dia me see yeti asese ma NDC take over. Na omosomba omunya omo appointment. NPP will have issues about it. It's way there eye bibia omumienu no adani omwe but omunim situation omunim solution. The solution is say mo be amendment. IGP me see obey adwuma wo Ghana ha nyina enso enfata opposition nim say oye adwuma. The same omosuba na omuchu so a ebekoso the same. Enu ti mo man kan ya dwumbom ne ye raise your voices. Na omo amend constitutions ni say de be a ye nim bebi ochina bi. Ghana de bia me ka say ye danyame ase say ye asumdwe man. Because in some way you who media, in some way you media, some way you penny for kekano. Say your mind be a by this time near baby age. Ghana demonstration for you 2 million in 2 days. Because man will be quiet net. Or chino also compared your debate fee into your friend and uncle. And then am I assume you know. So we should come together and push for the agenda. Say be amend the constitution na ye benya sa bodies no bejina on their own. Judiciary judiciary part. Minimum could tell us say omodi omo for aban. The same as electoral commission, IGP and all those places. Because omo no mukuto oman. Se sia de omo nim twitwi form no omo so enyonyam kakra no omo no bomb say timwa. Then we don't have a nation again. So sometimes no yenhwe enya se mo ba aban ni mu da. Yenim se mabam bia memete mo ase. Obi anu o tie kunwa ne so a ohu fault. Ena meka se kunwa na nka se kunwa na wo se yefa. Ni ede ko ni edi mpunsuo ede roho because minim say bi omotena so a na omuwe fi bibia wo se den ye o minim de we kunwa ne supporting a ya ye hu ye man peni ote so owo opposition in some kan ye na me ba me review we me ye we obetena so na efeva no enu tie efeva no na onya hu adwuma bia musumu opposition motena so many years mo enhu se constitution no any article 71 I was say ye bogu anase mu review mo kotena efie na ekoti amo no mo say o say mu review. How sure are we say mo be take over and person be review na no so nko mere promises to say other way no nti yemfa ni die e ma ye services for no munyo mo adwuma uba na wo fi say o mo adwuma nso ani a una we eni a wo my name you have every right to push to the parliament say o mo amendi we ma na ntumi bo o man no enko nanim. So we should stop this blame game and ye ba ye say and no it is not helping afesu yan ka hunu say say judicial service or side no mesre esre ma yemfa omoso enum ntwitwi form na omoso enyonyam kakra na aka no eno so embongu. Yes wakoya score 7-0 say the okai and say how possible say the whole win best score no 7-0 until as which I understand say I mean ekotia ono the same thing na the ono so eko ni favor ni because omabu adwuma e dey na the issues we nyina eba. Because one gen too because who say the artisan na appointing and answer on your mude ye adwumati o kasa ko mo site we dey ye sisi wo so baso aka who say you need these people and no na me hwe 2020 elections ye to abawe ye no bema former president bema speech bi and o ka say party in power and to me family military and take your mo enwia abatonim. Since when did he realize say military etumi boa me ewi abatom. You see, some utterances that we do will come back to us when we also take mantle. Because the aye nyina media PQ reference wo ho. Ochine bi usu ba na sa unsu wasam no edemu pepepepepe. Say oh asem we akoi former president dey ni womti. Yen supporting na ontumi nya we a. Kai hunu say opposition so ebe sorry akasa unsu wo na wote so. Eti unsu abraibi eme come out. So it is hard time for us to make sure say yebemo mo ye independent. I am calling for the police service to be independent. I am calling for the judicial service to be independent. Chief stances cry ye dia ba befra, ye dia fra nyina. E wo so mu nyina ti omo back because these are the people that when the country is sinking, they can hold the country to stand firm. And we the politics ekofa for mu dia na country ni de na wie ya no no.
Me da Samuel Mamema Solomon embrem na ye ntie no e wo ye judiciary ni mfa no si. Ni me same re-registration. I mean you, Solo.
Masa kwesi omampeni call a waye ene yera go fedame attorney general no so e dey ode no. I think say it is a step in the right direction. That's that issue of judiciary ya na yenya womo kasetia ni sa niema. I think say as human as we are no. Kana beba no say your friend is ma ikwe eken. Unya case na oko court. Na say edibua wa obaka say oh Ghana judge for there. Asem no kware na omo de to baby da anya za because akwa in your favor. Now say okona say anya oda. Uso wani nje gwan na omo ma sa judgment na ho. Ufa election petitions yenya so for yenya 3 under this Republican dispensation yenya 3 2012 2016 and 2020 2012 MPP na de call yen India yen titi ya ye kura no ye call for that petition no the outcome didn't go in our favor but because of entity as MPP for ye kura no ye can didn't nanado danko ekufuado by them flag bearer no na sem o kan say most of amudi abetu dwa no do enye ne de de on jintumu de nanso he has nothing than to sort of so or let it go. But edu 2016 na edu yenuanum NDC for so ayera John Dramani Mahama eda no eden no kan ensem bebre ena yempene ena fa kosi ena mu parliamentary say war parliament ensem nini eniema bi mo ye 2020 the same thing entino wa mu de sade na nkwanti omo a anko amboa wo mo na ekotia wo mo a omo reactions omo de dole say I was it Tembia victory should be on the Tembia victory which shouldn't be the case or which cannot be the case always. 2012 victory was on your side, 2016 it wasn't on your side, 2020 it doesn't mean say victory will never be on your side again. Oh, the table will tell it may be on your side one day. Etine ya omo nto omo bo momo fa sa ya on look sa ka say ekoso nyina akwa say Ebra John Romani ka say ya obi e hye ni mu from sa election petitions mienu na mabobo so na say bio ni 2 attempts ni nyina no okwa na say be say the only determinant of the final fate and the judiciary ko determine wie na apaska am kon inside na say na yen hwe say dey from even 1970 well before 1970 the case be na me the sala ni former your friend is a GNTC boss sala in attorney general sa case no say ya 1970 a judge for no ko bua semun ewie in fact answer on beko crap no that there was a preliminary objection ebi ni mo kire say judges enum no mienu yera apalu ni we no omo mienu no omo apalu no wo your friend is adamfo pa na your friend is sala yera sala because hunu say your bishop or obey park ni mama no na fine kosi asana the other your friend is judge no so ono so yes ono so ewo nebusuafo kan mo yele 568 workers yele off no eso ho but won adeni course na adeni ba say sala no adena osama de court no wadi nkunim ewo sa asem ni mo no even the executive crap on anyo the executive remarks or that very day no na jono executive remarks from the president it na prime minister na eno so no akwa say omo che say nobody can bully like on omoni court no nya kasa say nobody can bully us and let us say be submissive to this and some bebre because no omo force some indifference be abemu omo force say the position of the judiciary on that case no should it have been so yen na ro numra your fourth republic aye we your fourth republic aye we right from Jerry Rollins time I do boy then the fan got there stolen verdict a fine for kosi and say na banners ade na nkwa mawa unsema ya o ka fa ho enti no it is time say was say yen timemfo no any mpanimfo no ye hu the way I be. In fact that is the last verdict the last institutional final determinant of issues where there are causes, there are matter, there are issues to be determined no and are declarations to be made. Senior constitution no a prescribe no woman the final kind of final say e be answer me the election petition two way and this in the MPP ham so where's where we fine okay you fan court. That is the final and the court because it's final. Because the constitution says the court na say went here and also what friend is sanctions and also that amount. Until the Koban says a court can do amount for bonjo so no they can't do anything than just to say on better system musa because court na can. It is say ye such a body was system nimu sebio in court. Edi edi two am say learned colleagues. Learned people of the country. Wow. I'm from Hellenic College. So, if that is the apex of your system now, the Argentina, your legal system, Argentina was say, your team man who can say, ye mo bians, me obia, sorry, the pebia, castigation, insinuation, and nothing I was here, yes, some sanctify, sir, into the call that have been made, you know. I think in order to sanctify the institution judiciary, no, it is in good order. Say, Omaya Sako, no. Now, Momyera John Dramani Mahama, dear. In fact, he needs to know, say, oh, your statesman, no. Perhaps he's not saying it, so maybe your phone say, oh. I think the position of former president, you know, he doesn't feel he's in that bracket. But to me, so far as he hasn't gone for election again, no, he's still within that bracket. Or a statesman. And you know, the ex-president Wagana, your former presidents Wagana. Asabio, they are decorous in their utterances.
They are decorous.
Wow, they are decorous in their utterances.
What do you mean that?
Wow, etino say Mr. say okasa e was otunubu no on say kasa na okano ma on kasa ma obi ntireche enkase even omukro frefre radio crap asem kan because they've not been presidents before. Omukra and is papa kase there say sa na tise na omo so omo kase ya say ne serial class be from kasa ubo kasa sa na papa is kasa you won say oma obuoba ni ultra look sir asem no okra point because that thing na say 7070 say your how eti okra point na momu no how any the medium obechusu dia ayesa pronouncement enu na ye worrying no who is statesman? You have so many ways and means. I put this across. A betimi a futuo, and a futuo sono, and yes, you hit it. But the we on institution in Bekasa, Sabi, you both see a statesman and a say. But because he is still in that realms of say or cock campaign, say at TSIMU, Nisania Manitino, was a sudden and man unrealizing precopese or ye former president and for that matter a statesman and was a sebio the kasa and ultimate polishing know when to say what and where to say what. And then I mess one who me see the sentiments now share no I share with him because it's quite worrying. What caught in there? Worry. What caught China? 2016 what worry. 2017 2020 worry. After that subsequent case there baby 7 okay 7 yes we understand it to be worrying for one they be out that form no. But in expressing is look at who you are, the caliber of person you are, the capacity in which you are speaking. Next medium or the first any the language you use, Sebi, it will be accepted.
May I see Solomon? May I see? My main kind comment, and then we'll touch briefly on this same registration. Yeah, sorry, so Anope Yebreno. Ibrahim says so. According to JDM, he deported 5,000 illegal Chinese miners. So why didn't he allow them to be arrested and arraigned before court? Ibrahim Edifra Shaman or Dubai. Okro Yeboah, Breman Benin, see, though the government is determined to fight Galamsey, it seems the fight is becoming more difficult. Okro Yeboah. Positive change, Edifri Madina. It is an insult to the sensibilities of Ghanaians for this government to waste all the unprecedented revenue that have accrued to them on corruption and wasteful expenditures. That's a positive change. Madina. Mustafa Edifri, Lower Manyak Krobo says the mismanaging of the economy has landed us to this hardship. We have the men, not knowing Guru Boys in Kwa in the economic management team. That's Mustafa and the by. Let me voice note. I can't play the voice note. KWASI, please. We should know that what you say today will be used against you tomorrow. So one wonders if the former President Mahama as any advisor, he should be told that when going to the Supreme Court next time, he should be there with evidence. That's Mr. Tay. What if we Gulf Estate, no, they are no buy. Need 100.9 Ghana MONTIE, so I know I should agree. Solo, same registration, Misha, if you, Solomon.
Same registration, let me say, NCA deba out, say, a year, 31st July, nanka a year deadline. 31st, AB do not, nipa, the last 10 days to the deadline, 31st, nipa, bottom payment, or the various joints, omokoye registration, omo link you, omo register with the Ghana card, you know. Na, emrine drew, no, bon say, nipa, no, binomo intimi, NYS, exercise, ni yenti, the Kobani say, communication minister, eba out, eba ye, say, the bet, extended for another 30 days, that's from, your friend is saying, 60 days. The whole of August and then the whole of September. So that by 30th September, no, na the new extension period na end. By then, the expectation is that it will also be a register the SIM card with the Ghana card. Yera first week in September, no, a year minister, NCA, almost your friend is saying measures be by out, punitive measures be by out. Just say, we say there are measures. It is tailored in such a way, say a bit pushy. Eye wanga sebio wo muntimi nya adaje enkoye ye no na mo mutimi akoye masa kwesi ta team registration ye ka ho asemi. I hope say you know the number of times yeah extension and you can equally bear with me the attitude of Ghanaians e ba no say ye bisa na the last minute attitude. Would you believe say the stubborn academy, you baku of here, and that way. What is it? Many Dore Kasaya, Dore say, oh, national your friends have been offend or you. Oh, yeah, the card. I got just share. What does is our last minute of Yasana? Who can stop academy? Well, that attitude is with us. In fact, even with the banking, we also HME, Tamayazi and Koya via Oko linked it to your bank. I say ni edin come Adakabre mini Adakabre ni your friend is saying one communicator be from the NDC ye be din come was san come on ye ND pena. I realized that look, I have to quickly go and do this thing. It was a Friday, the following Monday no na me rush call bank or no pan one because we ended within 5 minutes grab and do not just omo de me I link me the down. Eya daji but mesre timemu for saying there is something maybe was not made public to young Ghanaians. Nansen na AB and started back out a binimoti. But we need to echo it again. What is that? In 2012, there was an a legislative instrument, LI 2111. I pass here. That's our LI no regulation 7. I and J no stipulate I and H say national card the only identity ye be yusu edi accord register a citizen onto the voters register. I say that is the only source of identity ye be yusu. In 2012 NDC abreso and as a LI no yeah. J no so kire say SIM card obi e kura no. And also so ko register or SIM card na and also a Ghana card and the only card ye be yusu e dey register and also so LI nim LI 2111 no say be ye passing no 2012 NDC aban embreso tanya me ye ba me born hu de rose because parliament na ma pass na ye na e wo ho na so na ye mra na wunim entity mamufo nim na nka ye nim from that 2012 no Anka me show from 2012 to 2022. A year 10, almost that's a decade, you know. Anka by now Ghana for aye den atimi a register sa ade no yesi ache nanso ense ye meni uka sei NCA mretenti omoma ye no ene ye 13th aka ye 17 days na mre na so mesre timamufu a wo nyanye ye no adagye no yempe ne yenye because apart from mienu INJ sim card ayedi Ghana card no register any voters register no so odin be come gise ukra voters your friends Ghana card no. So apart from these two, there are other ones. Who driving license, just say health insurance, almost be bia ubeye bia need identification bia no. Sa Ghana card in here aye. Etitima mufo yenya sa die we yenya santi asie we prekope. Ni entimi sorry na daje bia boye ni entimi pe sa daje no. Ni entimi ko na kaya 17 days. Sa punitive measures no mo yes anka mo di be hwe na e dey push timamufo na timamufo timi aye ade no. And then, sir, punitive measures. Yesterday, I read somewhere say it has been withdrawn. Sir, measures, you know, it has been withdrawn. I think, say it is good. Say na be a bit easy. Bed any stress not to move for.
Okay, Evan. Okay, why?
One of the social media portals.
Say why not withdraw? Say young block one man for sim. Yeah, my data services then suspended at the time. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. Say yesterday I saw it flying on social media. Say, yeah, withdraw that thing. If it is true, NDA. Sebi, as I'm saying, the deadline is still 30, 17 days away from now. One month, just the punitive measures, you know. And as I said, your friend is information recovery, and if it is true, just that service, and in your yes, you know, yes, but a year deadline 30 for the day that's what the whole train. Intina may Koko say, I didn't know what did done and Nimna Naye Nim say, okay, we was so decided when a year. And as that time was on my bank was near and share that and intensify the registration of the national identity card and instead and yeah. But and then I be getting Tima Sebio more than half of your population and your Ghana card, no, who be as be a baby because o cost ruba form. Nancy Matisi electoral commission so I can say, your friend is a card, no. Enu na ebe boye amaya den Ghana card na ebe boye amaye timi ejaisa windows BSA ye be special registration found so that continuous registration will go on akola no nyanya wait years just walk straight to electoral commission office no akwa ede wakwa register e ba ne sa e car political parties ebo e car ban bo e wo electoral commission ho say o mo fa conducting limited registration sometimes ebia some few months to election ni conduct say this I dey nyina ebeba form na ama ban so timi save cost and timi won say ya Ghana card never system ni dey eba be boy so many ways
okay
so many ways ebeti aban kaso so me I describe the Ghana card as your friend is saying say eba be a game changer eba be change your game no e wo man ni mu ama na niam akototi ama yen
Anobe
hello. Yeah, now what drink in KWASI for so kakra. You see, the fact of the matter is that Obibia enya against of the SIM registration. It's a good initiative. Because cyber crime now occurs through internet, ni mobile telecommunication industries, no. Prank calls and other things. You can't even trace people without history. So it's a good initiative. Say abano. This initiative number say you register SIM card. But you see, darling boy. My problem is that, darling boy, say uko nkwanta safa, you akra bi efa alakpatokope. Now do alakpatokope, na so uba nkwanta kroma. It takes you almost 3 hours drive. One of your efo kojo ohono. And the transportation of the nkwanta koye registration na sabano. It will take maybe 50 Ghana cedi to 100 Ghana cedi. And that gentleman has never seen that money in his entire life. Deprived communities. So how would they get access to go and register? You go to villages, typical villages, they will not get access. And as I say, the same quantity, the whole of the whole constituency, you only one MTN office, with my SIM card registration. And this population is going this close to 100,000 or more that community. So how would they be able to meet the deadline? And then I say, abandon punch shaving tour. Some of MTN for disbursing comfort to Vantage Point and I'm crossing some areas are then they will be able to get the people registered and that will make people to get easy access. Oka Stubborn Academy. There's nobody is called Stubborn Academy. Situations are not permitting people to get access to the registration. That is what is leading us to where we are. Nti abandoning himself, person be Maya. Let us see the way even disbursing Maya called the bloody boy. The reality of the matter is that why a timeline, why a deadline for the registration? That is my concern. Okay? If you end the registration on 30th of this month, and the following days I go and buy a new SIM, can't register it. So let's put things in place. Let's make the system liberal. No more. Let's everybody be a beneficiary to this system. Then go be a media. The bank turning to calling the SC, the amount for cost media. And yeah, they be so I will plead on government. Say they should look at ordinary person in the villages, people that are very deprived, in communities where even MTN offices are not there. That's where they'll be able to register. Even beside that, darling boy, when you say, of course, some areas in there, you not get Vodafone office, you not get Airtel to go office. It is not common. So let us take a critical look at it. I beg, with all due respect, I'm not ready for any banter. I'm not ready for any back and forth on this. But the government should be very sensitive to the plight of ordinary person. I'm unfortunately free. Teacher man, registration. And besides, another one to say, the only source of registration is also the national identification card. And national identification, you have to pay 250 Ghana cedi. People cannot even afford that one too. So there's a lot government have to look at it. Me, man, it's a good initiative. Actually, I will always support that. Me, I was one of the first people that married some Muslims. Me, I registered it almost 30 years. It didn't even take a week before I registered because I believe that it will give us a correct data, able to track the system. So as I mentioned, there are so many measures I saw in place so that everybody will be able to get access to the registration. It will make this country better. So we will support the initiative that is good, but see, let us also temper mercy with justice.
Someone mami too. Prof, there as a prof there otu kwan pa. But they are making obeti ase. Ghana high or up to now. You need any national card bia from infancy. Yebeka say wait rest or Ghana ni. Because akwala no nya sa wakwa akosa like so okope passport. Birth certificate kra was nipa wo na ode ne ba ko fie ko tu ni din ko ekpogie mo so wasaba so ba beji birth certificate amane ba. E was ade anu ye pese ye sanitize system na ye start free infancy. Eka hospitals no ni amounti we wo ho no. Wo ya ni ama wato obadi wo ho a. Ode ne ko fie ekpogie mo de wonim din a ode be ma wo ba. Obi a wo nim din ode be ma ne ba. Yes, then we pick the data from right there. Now your money card, say Ghana card you be issue man you issue eno na kire so you citizen of the nation. Anya say enye wie. Ah we say na me hu ni fa so na we say na yamo na wo de sha say free so. Me ken. There was a statement say foreigners betumi the omo passport and register SIM card for some time, for a couple of months or wait. So if you have confidence in the foreigners passport, data ben now system ben audio on passport no e ko shemu a me Samola yiku ameti amekuta passport me dey to me fame enu to be ka say enye adwuma. You see enu tie ba ne sa yen kai hunu say eye news so a hate media o the international people are reading enu ti na me afa na maje di reason ti asa udu airport binum na okuta Ghana passport aye mu ye to me show bia na ugina ha asa ode onye nipa essence on your social media handles it is there. Say, we are Ghana and to me use passport for register or SIM card. And so foreign I bet to me the need to register. And to passport now what didn't him? I want the new passport in him. So please, like my brother is saying, no one is against this particular initiative for Yediba. But the way and manner you picking no enye. Me no can say ya ko register cry na pay me be mafa boat na me friend na so my register. Me jina hop more than hours. Both you see we do me location. Me so me jina fie ni me hu no. Now to call him is a problem. Me so my register. You see, yenim se system adwuma na mo ye. Yenim se eye once yenim se electronic ade na ye. We are not against data. O share your previous we logo no cry. Eye computer. Computer ni che say we believe say be create system no through technology. And it is a technological way be banner be put data. We don't have issue with it. But the implementation, why the rush? Say me bra kan ye. Ghana for the stubborn academy almost yedi naturally. Me call center na man for buho bebre. Era mbefie. Me befie no. Yes app. Ma hwehwe wo iPhone so saa eni so. Anso bi ka me so. iPhone dey mbae. Na ye Samsung Android na wo. Na ho say me kokopo obi o use Android. Na me sre no download it. E dey register ma me na me tua me 5 cedis. Maye which was simple less than I think me we do be 2-3 minutes cry na me to me the call. You see ebi mu de omu ya it take 48 hours. But me there some few minutes na me the call.
Reason why the 48 hours.
Boom. Some few minutes na me the call which good. But man for do saying to say me bra kan ye. Ye drink crying for ho no. Na adu omu omugun kra. Obi kra ho no mu a ne kro wo mu no. Internet nye adwuma ho no akasa ko download e dia ye. So let us try and open. Share sa pressure ya de to registration so na de sa pressure na to Ghana card ne so biom say Ghana card ya ko first round say wie yen san ko biom na ya ma Ghana phone to me nya ho time na register aka me sure say amanfo bebro mo san kan mo de obi ho no mo a enya say bi on person obekwa akoye card ne kra ne san kan ne de obi so ho ntumi nja na adwuma prof enim ade we untumi nkoye wa amanone when ne nja na adwuma mra mesa line the whole day ya ma ko per hour na ulusu the whole day sika we dey ntua bills. So let us put a lot of things into consideration. Near who say oban for no ehun Tasco for no so many have been abre so mo so mo kan say they are losing customers because a lot of people have diverted from one network to the other. And they also lose a lot. Me say your friend me beba na say me to me nye ko a. Say me talk credit to. It say bia ene sika hunya na enya sa na obenya ochina. So let us just give time. Time ne dey ma we have to me and say, yeah, and then it should be a continual process where all the time somebody can go and have access to it and do it. One year measures be why input. 1 year ABA auto credit now load ya enko. And now I say like they should bring something that but to cut the line amount for businesses. But from this man, Obian taking it likely. And our call centers now who say, Baby, see my baby, and I'm here, no, and I yes, me some baby, me buy a system, no call off, and I data call off. I mean, we are stressing ourselves. In this condition, I womu, which memu, who says idea will to stress a many pa. One side you'll be going who naked. I frustration, no, because the whole day also call yourselves with giant taxi driver, our cost line. And do so no upon that means also sounds watching about obedi you who naked no. You see it has solved the problem. I first and solve the problem. No, it has solved. Frustration to me society and then necessary.
There is a division a binum air frosters no more use system na SIM card you know. Do you know what is going on? And I read a report or seeing what corner what pass it through the biometrics na wie no. No as I catch the sign ye biem. That one is for another SIM which does not belong to you, but it is being registered in your name. And also, the public should take note. No pass it through biometrics. Once no we are and one way we or catch us the same baby because your first message say where you know has gone through and one way we now ultimate message is 2 penny chess or more no so far so 2 times you know and just you have been we are using biometrics they are registered another one so we should take note of that.
Just wrapping up with my last batch of messages. If you're able to get through, then hallelujah. Adolf Hitler, Medina says, GM, what is in account that you don't want to publish? What's in your bank account that you don't want to publish? You don't expect the man to publish his bank account to you. You don't expect him to do that. Master. All right, Chrissy. I'll show you some videos and pictures of the excavator, but I don't actually know the exact registration number of the missing excavator. That's our taxi driver friend who sent us a message about the missing excavator at Hachu. Well, Richard, your friend Mukala has sent in one here. He said Richard must know that between Kajebi through to Guanman to Jasikan was constructed by the Akufo-Addo-led administration. Guaman. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He schooled in Jasikan. Tell him that the renovation and massive blocks, both for dormitories and school blocks, were done by the NPP. So he shouldn't rubbish the chief's claim.
No, I didn't rubbish the chief claim. I've told you, sir. From oh no, I'm sorry, from KJB Jasikan here. And then but if from Jasikan to Ahoy, then from KJB to Nkwanta, it's done by Mampeni John Dramani Mahama.
Okay.
That's the argument.
Okay. The only political party which they can save Ghana is the NDC party, because the NPP as a political party always, when they come to power, they come for themselves. That's no question. Kaso Fanko and or the free nor the buy. Can Dapa won the okay? So can Dapa also won the judiciary? Where was the president when he did that? That's Bright or the Belgium and or the buy. We wish the president-elect William Ruto of Kenya all the best. Today is his inauguration. Let's celebrate our own and stop the Queen Elizabeth fake sympathy. That's an responsibility. Queen Elizabeth is also our own. You don't know. It's all our own. We are indeed as weak and vulnerable as tortoise, and we all urge the government to fish out any person who planned the return of Aisha Huang and secure her a site for illegal mining. Or say Kweku Eddie free UK. I'm pumping for I can't take anymore. So infancy. Nana Twata.
Nana Twata, head of local government service. You see, I see the call he's making. I think it's a very laudable one. Or see beneficiaries of free SHS. Fees, say be a 10 semester we are not term win. Fees, the so stamp also absorbed by government. Is
that a story or what?
Radio soon all propose say he's proposing say beneficiaries of free SHS say bill by the end of the semester or by the end of the day you don't pay. It's absorbed. It's a pretty bill, not parents knows this is the bill. Near stamp also absorbed by government. And no evidence about that say yes, because you when we anymore. So almost gonna for your referee, but say parent who cross a bunch of receipts, near absorb, and we do one now could take a decision. No one say it was absorbed for you.
Yes, I can. Don't be late. I got nice on tea and time. Yeah. Yes, I can. Don't be late. I got nice on tea and time. So, are you a bomber? Yes or no? If you your girlfriend, make her know. Boys, we go carry go. Party about them, feel them for body. You the feel them for body.
And now I would Elder Kweku Ajiman. Mal 7 CAC. Yamal Chinko Auda Shunko. Blue boss, all night, Bogami, there's one, Masama Kania need room, Yum da Fantini Boom, it's a man as well, Bulale, boy, you walla suda jet, Matrimano Tainting is an Indian film, Soko, give them, give it take away, no drop and go, give me the man. Party about them, feel them for body. I don't pay the Masuti, Jumediebe, Sopa. Brasso, you no more dinkra. Ojo dami ado time echi. Eni ABOAGYE media no yede bremo. Social media no so omo to pete. Nana ya ne free man.
Are you a bomber? Is she your girlfriend?
Me amedi hu chia me kwesi ABOAGYE ne medi. So darling. DJ Fletch between my bomb on beat say I copy him to bread. One Timmy can't me the move see how I'm saying. Yeah, cop. Watch now and quite and what they were high. You saying about to us so at your mom. Your station, our station, Neat FM.
Are you a bomber?
Me call.
Is she your girlfriend? Make her know. Boys, we go carry go.